Welcome to Franklin D. Roosevelt, the four-term pivot. The history of the modern world was permanently bent by the singular will of a man who, for the final 24 years of his existence, could not stand unassisted. In the vast catalogue of human leadership, few figures loom as large or remain as deeply enigmatic as Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He was a leader born into the absolute zenith of American aristocratic privilege along the unhurried currents of the Hudson River, raised as a coddled prince of country squires. His early path was a smooth gilded glide through the elite corridors of Groton, Harvard, and Wall Street, charting a predictable course toward political ambition fueled by a legendary family name. But history is rarely a straight line. In the sweltering summer of 1921, a devastating physical crucible fractured his universe. Stricken by polio at the age of 39, his limbs were rendered permanently useless beneath the waist. Yet it was in this dark, silent exile, crawling on the floors of his ancestral home and floating in the buoyant, mineral-rich pools of Georgia, that the ultimate transformation occurred. The aristocratic distance was burned away, replaced by a profound, bone-deep empathy for human suffering. When he emerged from the shadows to claim the governorship of New York, and ultimately the presidency of the United States, he brought with him a revolutionary conviction that government owes a sacred, unyielding obligation to its people in times of absolute catastrophe. This is the story of that great pivot. It is the narrative of a leader who took a nation broken to its knees by the terrifying freefall of the Great Depression, comforted them by the intimate warmth of a fireside voice, and galvanized them through the frantic velocity of the first 100 days. It is the chronicle of a master strategist who recognized the gathering global storm, built the unstoppable industrial engine known as the arsenal of democracy, and forged a historic international coalition to defeat totalitarian tyranny. Through political landslides, deep personal betrayals, and the suffocating anxieties of a multi-ocean world war, he carried the burdens of a free people on his own thickened shoulders, executing a monumental re-engineering of the republic that echoes to this day. We begin our journey on a cold January morning in 1882, inside a house called Springwood, where the river moves the way old money moves, and a boy is born who is destined to remake the world. Chapter 1. The Hudson Patrician, 1882 to 1905. The Hudson River moves the way old money moves, unhurried, certain of its course, carving through land that has belonged to the same families for generations. On its eastern bank, where the water bends and the hills rise into soft green shoulders, stands a house called Springwood. It is January of 1882, and inside this house, in a bedroom warmed by a coal fire and watched over by an anxious young mother, a boy is born. He weighs 10 pounds. The labor has been long, brutal, and frightening, involving a dangerous overdose of chloroform that nearly takes both lives. For a terrifying moment after his arrival, the infant does not breathe. The doctor works quickly, breathing into the child's lungs, and then at last a sharp cry fills the room. James Roosevelt, 53 years old and already a grandfather by his first marriage, leans over the cradle and looks at his son with the quiet satisfaction of a man who has waited a long time for this particular continuation of his name. They will call him Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a name stitched together from two deep coats of New York aristocracy. He will be the only child of this marriage, and that fact alone will shape him as much as any river or any house. Sarah Delano Roosevelt, his mother, is 26 years younger than her husband, a tall, striking woman of formidable will, wrapped in the flawless manners of the old Hudson Valley gentry. Having nearly died giving birth to him, she receives a stark medical warning: she must never have another child. Consequently, Franklin becomes her solitary masterpiece. She does not intend to share her son with siblings, with distant schools, or for a long time with very much of the outside world at all. Franklin's early childhood unfolds almost entirely within the boundaries of the Springwood estate, 900 acres of woods, manicured lawns, and riverbank that become, in effect, his entire universe. He learns to ride a pony, a Welsh mare named Debbie, before he learns much else. He learns to sail on the river that runs past his front door, learns the particular hush of the Hudson in early morning fog, and learns the names of birds and trees the way other children learn their letters. Picture him at 6 years old, bundled against the winter cold, standing at the rail of his father's small estate train as it rolls along the private siding James Roosevelt has built to connect Springwood to the main line. The boy presses his face to the glass and watches the world slide by, a privileged, particular way to first encounter the country he will one day govern, from inside a private rail car, looking out. This is not an accident of memory. It is the architecture of his childhood. The Roosevelts of Hyde Park do not merely live near the river. They live above the ordinary current of American life, observing it from a vantage point built by inherited wealth and 3 generations of careful accumulation. They are not the industrial, hyper-competitive Manhattan Roosevelts of his cousin Theodore's line. They are country squires, content with their land, their livestock, and their quiet, unchallenged prestige. Sarah dresses her son in kilt suits, sailor dresses, and long bleached blonde curls until he is nearly 6 years old. While this was a common enough practice of the Victorian era for boys of his social class, it lingers with a strange intensity in the family photographs, a softness, an almost delicate femininity that sits oddly alongside the robust outdoor childhood he is otherwise given. He is a boy constantly under the lens of a mother's total devotion, his schedule dictated to the minute, breakfast at 8, lessons with a succession of European governesses until noon, followed by a strictly monitored period of outdoor play. To occupy his solitary hours, he collects birds, shooting and stuffing specimens with the meticulous patience that will later characterize his approach to stamp collecting, to naval history, and to the small physical hobbies that calm a restless mind. By the time he is 8, his collection numbers in the hundreds, each bird painstakingly labeled, catalogued, and arranged according to a system entirely his own. There is something in this early habit worth noticing. A boy who likes order, who likes naming things, who finds a deep comfort in the absolute control of a system completed. His father, an aging but gentle figure who treats his young son more like a favorite nephew or a companionable student, takes him on long, sweeping trips across the Atlantic. Franklin visits Europe 9 times before he turns 15. He frequents the fashionable spas of Germany, such as Bad Nauheim, where James seeks relief for a progressively weakening heart. He travels through England and across the Mediterranean. Through this, Franklin grows up multilingual in the casual way of the wealthy, picking up German and French not through rigorous, agonizing study, but through sheer repeated exposure, through hotel staff, local tutors, and the easy cosmopolitanism of a family that crosses oceans the way ordinary families cross town. He sits at dinner tables with adults far more often than with other children, absorbing elevated conversations about European politics, global history, and family finances. He develops a smooth, effortless ease with older company that will serve him for the rest of his life. This early exposure perhaps explains the unflappable confidence he later carries into rooms where he is, by age or experience, the least senior person present. There is one visit, when Franklin is 5 years old, that the family will recall for the rest of his life with a kind of amused reverence. In the spring of 1887, James Roosevelt takes his small son to Washington, straight into the White House itself, where President Grover Cleveland receives them. It was the kind of informal social call that wealthy, well-connected families could still easily arrange in that more intimate, pre-modern era of American governance. The president, visibly worn down and exhausted by the brutal political battles of his first term, looks down at the bright-eyed, long-haired boy. Cleveland pats him on the head and says, with weary, heavy sincerity, "My little man, I am making a strange wish for you. It is that you may never be President of the United States." It is meant as a profound kindness, an old, battered politician's wish that an innocent child be spared the crushing weight he himself is carrying. Franklin will tell this story many times in later years, always with a certain private, flashing irony. Of course, he will not only sit in that very chair, but he will also occupy it longer than any man in American history, turning the office into something Cleveland would scarcely recognize. But for now, he remains simply a boy on a grand estate, beloved, sheltered, and slightly lonely in the particular way of only children who are adored but rarely matched against peers their own age. He has playmates from neighboring estates and cousins who occasionally visit for stilted afternoon games, but no constant companion shares his daily life under his own roof. He learns instead to be his own company. He reads for hours in the vast Springwood Library, sails alone on the erratic winds of the river, and finds in solitude not a sense of loneliness, but a quiet feeling of personal competence. He learns to wear a mask of cheerful self-sufficiency to please his adoring parents, keeping any hint of discontent or vulnerability safely hidden away. This emotional habit will matter immensely later on, when a different, far more permanent physical solitude is forced upon his body. When Franklin turns 14, the protective gilded walls of Hyde Park finally give way to something entirely new and jarring. Sarah has resisted sending him away to school for as long as she reasonably can, fiercely protective of her domestic kingdom. But in the autumn of 1896, Franklin Roosevelt arrives at Groton School in Massachusetts. Groton is the most rigorously Episcopal, most rigidly disciplined of the elite boarding schools, then shaping the sons of America's first families. Because he has been kept at home years longer than convention dictated, he is 2 years older than most of his classmates. This gap announces itself immediately and disastrously in the social hierarchy of adolescent boys, where age, athletic prowess, and shared history carry their own brutal currency. The other boys have already spent 2 years forming their alliances, their private jokes, and their rigid pecking order. Franklin arrives as a late outsider in a world built entirely around fiercely guarded insiders. The headmaster, Endicott Peabody, is a towering, square-jawed Episcopal clergyman of immense presence. He modeled Groton after the austere public schools of England, building it around a philosophy of muscular Christianity. Peabody maintains that a boy's character is forged through unyielding discipline, freezing morning showers, mandatory organized athletics, and a stern moral seriousness that brooks no self-pity. Above all, Peabody preaches a gospel of public service as the highest calling of privilege. He drummed into his wealthy charges the conviction that boys born into wealth and advantage owe an immense debt to the nation, a debt to be repaid through clean leadership, through Christian duty, and through a life given over to something larger than personal comfort. Franklin absorbs this civic theology completely, but his daily life at Groton is an exercise in quiet frustration. He is not, by his own later admission, a naturally gifted athlete. He weighs too little and lacks the aggressive instinct prized on the playing fields. For years he struggles to break into Groton's most celebrated social circles, the boys who excel at football and lead the school with an easy, muscular authority. He tries desperately to fit in, joining the football team only to be relegated to the ignominy of the tackling dummy squad. He takes up baseball, managing only to captain the school's third-tier team, Riley nicknamed the Bumblebees. He works at his studies with steady diligence rather than dazzling brilliance, maintaining a respectable B average. Through it all, he writes home to his parents with the cheerful, slightly performative optimism that will become his signature public mode for the rest of his life. His letters report setbacks lightly and victories warmly, rarely admitting to a single moment of homesickness or social isolation. He presents, always, a boy in complete command of his circumstances, even when he is crying himself to sleep in his small, curtained cubicle. It takes years of careful observation, but by his final terms at Groton, Franklin has finally found his footing. He achieves this, not as the school's most celebrated athlete or its most brilliant scholar, but as a young man who is universally well-liked, who serves reliably on committees, and who can be safely trusted with small institutional responsibilities. He learns in this incremental and frequently painful climb a lesson that will define his entire political career: that charm, a dazzling smile, and persistent courtesy can compensate for a lack of natural dominance. If he cannot be the strongest or most intimidating boy in the room, he learns to become the most agreeable, the most resourceful, and the hardest to actively dislike. It is not a flashy, aggressive form of power, but it is incredibly durable. Durability will ultimately prove to be Franklin Roosevelt's great historical gift. In the autumn of 1900, he travels north to Cambridge to attend Harvard University, following the well-worn, predictable path of the Roosevelt men who came before him. He arrives with ambitions that are intensely social as much as academic. More than anything, he wants entry into the Porcellian Club. The Porcellian is the most exclusive, legendary final club at Harvard, the inner sanctum of the Boston and New York elite, where the sons of the oldest families cement lifelong alliances over fine liquor and billiards. His cousin Theodore, now the governor of New York and on the verge of the vice presidency, had been a proud member. Franklin assumes his path is clear. But the final selectors look at Franklin and see something they find unappealing: a young man who tries too hard, who is too eagerly pleasant, a bit of a smooth bore who lacks the rugged, authentic masculinity of his famous cousin. He is blackballed and rejected from the club. The rejection stings Franklin in a way he almost never discusses openly. Decades later, as a mature politician, he will still occasionally confess to close friends that it was the most crushing disappointment of his young life. Those close to him note that it leaves a permanent, hidden mark, a small, private wound in a young man who has spent his entire life believing that inherited status and a good nature would eventually open every door in America. Rather than withdrawing into bitter isolation, Franklin reacts to the Porcellian snub by channeling his wounded pride into manic activity elsewhere. He throws himself entirely into the Harvard Crimson, the university's daily newspaper. He climbs its ranks through sheer exhausting hours of work, chasing down campus news stories with an energetic zeal that surprises his peers. He eventually rises to become its president and editor-in-chief. This position gives him, for the very first time in his life, real institutional authority and a prominent public voice of his own. He discovers, sitting in the editor's chair, a taste for genuine influence that no inherited title could ever provide. He relishes the unique satisfaction of shaping campus opinion and being listened to because of what he wrote rather than who his father was. It is during these transformative Harvard years that tragedy enters his sheltered life directly for the first time. In December of 1900, during Franklin's freshman year, James Roosevelt dies at Springwood at the age of 72, his weakened heart finally giving out. Franklin is at his bedside, watching the anchor of his childhood slip away. The 18-year-old returns to Cambridge, visibly changed. He is not outwardly dramatic in his grief. He has been raised to believe that public displays of intense emotion are vulgar and unseemly, but he carries now the heavy weight of being the last man of his immediate line. He is now the sole keeper of Springwood, and the guardian of the Roosevelt name on this branch of the family tree. Sarah, widowed and devastated, responds by devoting her entire formidable life to her only child. She cannot bear the distance between Hyde Park and Cambridge, so she takes a drastic step. She rents a grand townhouse in Boston, just across the river from his dorm rooms, to remain intimately close to him. She dines with him multiple times a week, monitors his health, and oversees his social calendar. The bond between mother and son, always intense, becomes in these college years a suffocating embrace, one that will eventually need to be fiercely negotiated, contested, and partially broken if Franklin is ever to become his own man. And it is also during this period, threading quietly beneath the surface of exclusive clubs, late-night newspaper deadlines, and family grief, that Franklin's path begins to cross more meaningfully with a young woman who shares his last name before she ever shares his life. Eleanor Roosevelt is his fifth cousin once removed. She is also the favorite niece of Theodore Roosevelt, who, by the autumn of 1901, is catapulted into the presidency following the assassination of William McKinley. Franklin and Eleanor have known each other since childhood in the loose, occasional way of extended families who attend the same opulent weddings and summer in overlapping patrician circles. But in the summer of 1902, on a train, fittingly enough, a train, that same vehicle of privileged observation that marked his earliest childhood memories, something profound shifts between them. Franklin spots Eleanor aboard, strikes up a conversation, and finds in her something entirely unexpected, a deep seriousness, a fierce intelligence, and a moral earnestness that contrasts sharply with the lighter, superficial young women who populate his usual social circles. Eleanor's own childhood has been nothing like Franklin's golden, sheltered upbringing. It was, instead, a Gothic tragedy of emotional neglect. Orphaned by the age of 10, her beautiful mother having died of diphtheria, and her beloved but alcoholic father having literally drunk himself to death, she was raised by a cold maternal grandmother who offered rigid duty rather than genuine warmth. Marked by a deep, aching, and lasting insecurity about her own perceived plainness, she dresses severe and carries a heavy gravity. Franklin finds this gravity magnetic precisely because it is so unlike his own practiced, superficial cheerfulness. Where he has spent his life learning how to effortlessly charm a room, she has spent hers learning how to silently endure one. Over the following 2 years, their secret relationship deepens through long, revealing letters and stolen visits to her home in Manhattan. They share deep conversations at sprawling family gatherings, discovering a unique intimacy that grows between two people who recognize in each other something the rest of the world has not quite seen yet. Franklin, ever poised and calculated in public, finds himself in his private letters to Eleanor unusually open, unusually vulnerable, pouring out his ambitions and his loneliness. By the autumn of 1903, during his senior year at Harvard, he has fully made up his mind. During a horse and buggy ride through the autumn woods of Groton, he proposes marriage to Eleanor, and she accepts. However, the engagement is, by Franklin's own nervous instruction, kept strictly secret. He is not yet ready to face his mother's inevitable, storm-like reaction, and he is entirely right to be cautious. When Sarah Delano Roosevelt finally learns of the engagement a few weeks later, she is deeply displeased. She views Eleanor as a plain, somber girl who is entirely unsuited for her brilliant son. And more importantly, she views her as a direct threat to her own domestic monopoly over Franklin. Sarah does everything in her considerable power to delay and dismantle the match. She insists the young couple wait a full, excruciating year before making any public announcement, hoping desperately that time, maturity, and distance might cool an attachment she does not welcome. In the winter of 1904, she takes Franklin on an extended, luxury cruise to the Caribbean, a none too subtle attempt to put thousands of miles of ocean between her son and the woman he loves. It is a classic Delano maneuver, wrapping control in the guise of a lavish gift. Yet it completely fails. Franklin's devotion, hidden beneath his easy, yielding surface manner, proves to be far more stubborn than his mother anticipates. He writes to Eleanor from every port, his resolve hardening with every mile. On March 17, 1905, St. Patrick's Day, the wedding finally takes place in New York City, held across two interconnected townhouses owned by Eleanor's relatives. The ceremony is scheduled deliberately so that the bride's uncle, President Theodore Roosevelt, can attend while visiting the city to march in the massive St. Patrick's Day parade. The streets outside are a roaring chaos of police escorts, brass bands, and cheering crowds waiting to catch a glimpse of the president. Inside, it is Theodore, not Eleanor's late father, who walks her down the aisle, his booming voice echoing through the parlor. And it is Theodore who commands the room afterward, with the irrepressible, oxygen-consuming charisma that has made him a global icon. At the reception, the wedding guests drift away from the bride and groom entirely, clustering in a dense, laughing pack around the president, leaving the young newlyweds momentarily eclipsed and forgotten at their own celebration. It is a small, deeply telling foreshadowing of the complicated relationship Franklin will always have with the towering, progressive example of his Rooseveltian namesake. Theodore claps the young groom hard on the shoulder, beams at the assembled guests, and declares with characteristic booming bluntness, "Franklin, it is a fine thing to keep the name in the family." Franklin is 23 years old. He has successfully emerged from Hyde Park's protective isolation, survived the slow, painful social climb of Groton, found his voice at the editor's desk at Harvard, buried his father, and now stands legally bound to a woman whose deep seriousness of purpose will in time push and challenge him in ways he cannot yet conceive. The patrician world of the Hudson Valley, its private rail cars, its inherited acres, its unhurried certainty, has formed him completely, imbuing him with an unbreakable sense of security and entitlement. But the river does not stay in one place, however slowly it moves, and neither, it turns out, will Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Behind him lies a childhood of extraordinary privilege and quiet solitude. Ahead lies a corporate law career in New York that he will quickly find tedious, a restless political ambition he has not yet dared to name aloud, and a complex marriage that will carry within it both world-changing partnership and profound personal heartbreak in equal measure. For now, though, he stands confidently at the threshold of his adult life, the favored golden son of the Hudson, entirely unaware of how thoroughly the next 4 decades will test everything Groton, his mother, and this privileged Green Valley have taught him to believe about his own destiny. Chapter 2. Rising Star in the Empire State, 1905 to 1920. The townhouses of East 65th Street rise in pale stone against a gray March sky, and inside one of them, a young man straightens his collar with hands that will not quite stay still. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is 23 years old, tall in the way that draws eyes across a crowded room, possessed of a lean, athletic frame and a chin he cocks upward with an infectious, if slightly arrogant, confidence. Today, the 17th of March, 1905, he is to be married. Outside, the cobblestone streets of Manhattan churn with the raucous, beer-soaked noise of a city celebrating St. Patrick's Day, the rhythmic thud of brass bands, the shouting of marching men, and the sea of green banners draped over brownstone railings. The irony of this urban chaos is not lost on the elegant wedding party, crowded into the adjoining brownstones. These are 2 aristocratic houses joined by a temporary archway, lavishly rented and decorated with lilies and pink roses for the occasion. The bride is his 5th cousin once removed, Anna Eleanor Roosevelt, the favorite niece of the sitting President of the United States. It is that towering uncle, Theodore Roosevelt, who will give her away, having just arrived from Washington to march in the parade himself, his top hat waving, still flushed with the raw energy of the street crowds. Eleanor wears her mother-in-law's exquisite rose-point lace, a heavy historic veil that does not quite hide the deep protective seriousness in her eyes. She is not a woman given to social performance or superficial flirtation, and there is something almost solemn, a quiet weight of endurance, in the way she stands beside Franklin as the minister speaks the ancient binding vows. Franklin, for his part, wears the practiced, liquid ease of a Roosevelt and a Delano, a young man who has never known a single day of real material friction or personal tragedy. His path has been a smooth glide through the manicured lawns of Groton, the exclusive dining rooms of Harvard, and now the prestigious lecture halls of Columbia Law School. Yet beneath this immaculate patrician polish sits an unformed, hungry ambition that watches the scene as if cataloging its mechanics. When President Theodore Roosevelt claims the absolute center of attention after the ceremony, working the crowded drawing room with his booming trademark laugh, his flashing glasses, and his famous teeth, the guests drift toward him instinctively like iron filings to a magnet. The newlyweds are left momentarily eclipsed, stranded on the periphery of their own wedding reception. Franklin smiles and laughs about it later with his friends, the way he laughs about most things that might otherwise sting his pride. But something deep within his character takes permanent note. He has just married into the most electric name in American politics, and he has just watched, firsthand, what the true center of gravity in a democracy actually looks like. He does not want to be a spectator on the edge of that light. He wants to be the light itself. The years immediately following the wedding carry the surface calm of a young couple's ordinary upper-class life. There is the predictable sequence of residences: a fashionable townhouse on East 36th Street, followed quickly by a massive dual-living townhouse on 65th Street, built and managed by his omnipresent mother, Sarah, who rules the domestic domain with a velvet iron glove. There is the standard corporate law clerkship at the venerable Wall Street firm of Carter, Ledyard and Milburn. Here, Franklin drafts dry wills, reviews monotonous real estate contracts, and handles minor admiralty cases with a restless, yawning boredom he does not bother to hide from his fellow clerks. He is a young man trapped in a profession that requires looking backward at precedent, while his mind is entirely fixed on the future. He tells his fellow associates in the office, half in jest but with a chillingly steady eye, that he intends one day to be President of the United States. He lays out the map with clinical precision. The road runs through a seat in the New York State Senate, then a prestigious appointment as Assistant Secretary of the Navy, then the governorship of the Empire State, the exact step-by-step path his cousin Theodore walked to greatness. To the cynical, hard-working men in the office, it sounds like the delusional daydream of a wealthy dilettante with far more pedigree than evidence. They do not yet know how literally, how ruthlessly he means it. Children arrive in steady, biologically taxing succession. Anna in 1906, James the following year, and then a son named Franklin Jr. in 1909, who tragically succumbs to influenza at just 7 months old. It is a sharp, private grief that Eleanor carries quietly in her chest, the kind of crushing maternal sorrow that the stoic code of their era does not invite people to speak of aloud in polite company. Eliot arrives in 1910, followed later by a second Franklin Jr. and John. By 1910, Franklin's profound restlessness in the practice of law has become impossible for the firm to ignore. The senior partners notice a young associate who treats Wall Street less as a life's vocation than as a tedious waiting room for a train that has not yet arrived. In the autumn of that same year, the waiting finally ends. Democratic Party leaders in rural Dutchess County, casting about for a sacrificial lamb to run for the New York State Senate in a deeply conservative agricultural district that has not elected a Democrat since before the Civil War, settle on the Roosevelt name out of sheer political desperation. They assume the seat is completely unwinnable, but they hope the young man's family fortune might at least cover the financial costs of a respectable, well-funded defeat. Franklin Roosevelt, however, does not see it as a respectable defeat. He sees it as the opening act. He campaigns across the rolling hills of Dutchess, Columbia, and Putnam counties in a borrowed bright red Maxwell touring car. It is an open-topped, loud backfiring machine that rattles along primitive dirt roads between isolated dairy farms. The sight of him is, at first, faintly absurd to the locals. A wealthy, towering young patrician in a beautifully tailored Norfolk jacket and jodhpurs, standing up in the back seat of an automobile to address weather-beaten farmers who have never owned a tractor, let alone a car, and who eye this mechanical contraption with deep agrarian suspicion. But Roosevelt has inherited an essential genetic trait from his cousin Theodore, a brilliant, intuitive instinct for being seen, a gift for turning what should be a political liability into a captivating piece of theater. He leaps over fences to talk to men in the fields, shakes hands with a warm, callous grip that lingers a half-second longer than expected, and asks about a farmer's apple crop or livestock prices with a surprising memory for granular detail. Somewhere across those weeks of autumn dust, engine breakdowns, and endless country fairs, the absurd young man in the red Maxwell transforms. In the eyes of his cynical rural neighbors, he becomes someone human, someone worth trusting. In November, flying in the face of every mathematical expectation of the party bosses, Franklin Roosevelt wins a shocking, upset victory. He arrives in the state capital of Albany in January of 1911 as a freshman senator of 29, and within weeks, he has already made himself thoroughly inconvenient to the establishment. Tammany Hall, the formidable Democratic political machine that tightly controls patronage, judgeships, and votes from its base in New York City, expects absolute, unquestioning obedience from its upstate junior members. But Roosevelt, possessing the casual, aristocratic confidence of a man who has never needed Tammany's money, its street thugs, or its backroom favors, flatly refuses to fall in line. When the Tammany machine moves to install its corrupt chosen candidate, Blue-Eyed Billy Sheehan, into the United States Senate, Roosevelt rebels. In that era, state legislators still elected U.S. senators directly, and Franklin organizes a small, stubborn band of insurgent Democrats to block the nomination. For weeks they turn his rented rooms on State Street into an active rebel headquarters, strategizing late into the night over clouds of cigarette smoke, cheap whiskey, and cold coffee, while Tammany enforcers pace the hallways outside. It is a bruising, deadlocked fight that he ultimately only partially wins. A compromise candidate eventually emerges, but the political battle itself accomplishes something far more valuable than a legislative victory. It plasters his name and his aristocratic profile across front-page newspapers nationwide as a fearless independent reformer, a true progressive Roosevelt in spirit as well as blood. Few regular politicians in Albany like him personally. They find him condescending, arrogant, and too obviously destined in his own mind for higher office. But they begin grudgingly and with a certain cold fear to respect his stomach for a fight. It is during this tumultuous Albany period that he meets a political reporter covering the legislature for the Associated Press, a small, misshapen, chain-smoking man named Louis McHenry Howe. Howe is an asthmatic, unglamorous figure clad in rumpled, ash-stained suits, but he possesses the brilliant, cynical eye of a professional political handicapper. He watches Roosevelt's amateurish insurgent maneuvering, looks past the young man's superficial arrogance, and concludes with absolute certainty that he is looking at a future president of the United States. Howe hitches his wagon to Roosevelt's star with a fierce, self-effacing devotion that will last for the rest of his life. He becomes the hidden, unglamorous strategist, working tirelessly in the shadows to smooth out Franklin's rough edges. Few decisions Roosevelt ever makes will matter more than his decision to let this cynical, brilliant journalist stay close to the center of his life. The political path Franklin had confidently sketched out to his skeptical law clerks is now unfolding almost exactly to the year, and the next major rung arrives in 1913. Woodrow Wilson wins the presidency, ending 16 years of Republican rule, and begins assembling his new administration. Roosevelt, who had broken from New York's Tammany machine to support Wilson early and aggressively, is rewarded with an offer that seems, on paper, almost too perfectly tailored to be real: Assistant Secretary of the Navy. It is the exact same mid-level cabinet office his cousin Theodore used as a launching pad toward the presidency. Franklin accepts the position before the messenger can even finish delivering the offer. He arrives at the Grand State, War, and Navy Building in Washington, a man visibly transformed by executive responsibility. The job suits his personal appetites with an almost frightening precision. He possesses a deep romantic love for ships and the open sea that traces back to his childhood summers sailing the frigid waters around Campobello Island. He has a genuine, scholarly fascination with naval architecture, maritime history, and global naval strategy. Now, he finds an administrator's intense pleasure in mastering the massive, granular detail of a sprawling military bureaucracy. He learns the draft and firepower of every class of destroyer, memorizes the dry dock capacities of distant shipyards, and charms grizzled admirals who initially regard him as an overdressed, wealthy amateur. His direct superior, Secretary of the Navy, Josephus Daniels, is a pacifist-leaning, deeply religious Southern newspaperman from North Carolina who is profoundly skeptical of naval expansion and military pageantry. On paper, they should be enemies, but the two men form an odd, remarkably durable bureaucratic partnership. Daniels provides the mature political caution and Southern congressional connections, while Roosevelt provides the relentless, almost gleeful advocacy for a larger, modern two-ocean fleet. Daniels will later remark, with the rueful fatherly affection of an older man who knew he was being quietly outmaneuvered by a brilliant junior partner, that he spent most of his tenure trying to keep Franklin from spending the entire naval budget before lunch. Then the world catches fire. When the guns of August roar across Europe in 1914, plunging the old continent into industrial slaughter, the United States watches from a distance of official neutrality. It is a distance that Roosevelt, almost alone among Wilson's cabinet circles, regards as dangerously short-sighted and illusory. For 3 years, he privately and publicly chafes under Wilson's cautious policy, aggressively pushing for preparedness, for massive naval shipbuilding, for the immediate mobilization of industrial infrastructure, and for a fleet capable of confronting Germany's deadly submarine fleet on equal terms. This hawkish stance frequently pushes him to the brink of insubordination, clashing with a president invested in peace. When America finally enters the Great War in April of 1917, Roosevelt's Navy Department is the one agency expected to deliver immediately a bridge of ships across the Atlantic. He works at a manic, exhausting pace that stuns the career officers around him. He personally oversees the rapid procurement and construction of hundreds of wooden submarine chasers, coordinates the laying of the vast, unprecedented North Sea mine barrage designed to seal German U-boats into their home ports, manages the complex labor relations of hundreds of thousands of civilian shipyard workers, and directs the deployment of nearly 500,000 naval personnel. Desperate to see the actual conflict, he finally secures permission to travel to the European theater in the summer of 1918. He inspects naval bases in France, Italy, and Scotland under conditions of genuine physical danger. He walks through muddy trenches under active artillery fire near the French front lines, visits overwhelmed field hospitals, and sees firsthand the shattered, gas-burned bodies of young men. He looks into the face of industrial warfare, realizing that his decade of elegant Washington desk work had only sketched out human lives in neat columns of supply figures and policy reports. He returns across the Atlantic, a leaner, grayer, far more serious man. He has seen the true, terrifying cost of global policy, written in flesh and bone. It is in late September of that same year, 1918, while crossing the Atlantic homeward aboard the packed troopship USS Leviathan, that the deadly Spanish influenza pandemic finds him. The virus sweeps through the crowded, unventilated lower decks of the ship, killing hundreds of soldiers. Roosevelt is struck down by a soaring fever and severe double pneumonia. When the ship docks in New York, he is carried down the gangplank on a canvas stretcher, barely conscious, his lungs gasping for air. He is rushed to his mother's townhouse to recover. While he lies semi-delirious in bed, Eleanor takes on the duty of unpacking his heavy travel trunks, sorting through his damp uniform pockets and security correspondence. There, tucked inside a packet of personal letters, she discovers proof of a devastating, systematic betrayal, a series of passionate love letters detailing an ongoing, passionate extramarital affair between her husband and her own close friend and social secretary, Lucy Mercer. The foundations of the Roosevelt marriage crack to their core. The partnership that survives this discovery will never again resemble the conventional, romantic union that was sealed under Sarah's Rose Point lace veil in 1905. The emotional devastation is total. Eleanor confronts Franklin with cold, devastating clarity, offering him a formal divorce if he desires it. But the institutional machinery of their class immediately grinds into motion to prevent a public scandal. His mother, Sarah, delivers a brutal ultimatum, making it explicitly clear that a public divorce would bring immediate financial disinheritance and permanent exile from the family legacy. Lewis Howe intervenes from the sidelines, pointing out with cold political realism that a divorced man with a public sex scandal could never, under any circumstances, win the presidency of the United States. Furthermore, Lucy Mercer, a devout and traditional Roman Catholic, flatly refuses to marry a divorced man with 5 living children. Franklin begs for forgiveness, promising never to see Lucy again, a vow he will eventually keep only in secret. He and Eleanor agree to remain together, maintaining a flawless public front for the world and their children. But behind closed doors, the romantic marriage is dead. It is replaced by something harder, more resilient, and ultimately far more historic. It becomes a brilliant, sophisticated political alliance, forged in deep, personal betrayal and shared public necessity. It is an unsentimental partnership that will nonetheless carry both of them, separately and together, toward the absolute center of world history. The war ends with the armistice in November of 1918, and Roosevelt spends the subsequent months dismantling, with the exact same frantic energy he once spent assembling, the vast global naval apparatus of the United States. He decommissions hundreds of warships, cancels billions of dollars in industrial contracts, sells off millions of tons of surplus wartime materiel, and manages the delicate, politically treacherous work of shrinking a massive military establishment back down to peacetime dimensions. By the time the Democratic National Convention gathers in the breezy Coliseum of San Francisco in the sweltering summer of 1920, Franklin Roosevelt has transformed into exactly what a fractured, demoralized party desperately needs. A man of impeccable aristocratic lineage, 7 years of executive administrative experience, an unblemished record of wartime competence, and a magic surname that still carries, a full decade after Theodore left the White House, an unmistakable emotional charge for the American voter. The presidential nomination goes to the safe, solid Ohio governor, James M. Cox. But Cox's inner circle of advisors, casting about for a youthful, vice presidential running mate who can balance the ticket with Eastern administrative credibility, naval prestige, and the borrowed luster of a legendary name, settle on Franklin almost instantly and unanimously. He is only 38 years old when he stands before the cheering delegates to accept the vice presidential nomination, the youngest man to appear on a major national ticket in a generation. He throws himself into the autumn campaign with a relentless, manic physical energy. He crosses the American continent by rail, living out of a private train car for months, delivering hundreds of speeches to farming towns and industrial cities alike, shaking tens of thousands of hands until his arms ache. He constantly invokes his late cousin Theodore's memory at every whistle stop, flashing his smile, cocks his head, and shouting to the crowds. This performance deeply annoys the Republican branch of the Roosevelt family, who view him as an impudent pretender, but it never fails to work on a crowd. It is not nearly enough to stem the tide of history. The American electorate of 1920 is thoroughly, fundamentally exhausted. They are tired of Woodrow Wilson's moral crusades, tired of the wartime taxes and government restrictions, weary of his stroke-shattered final years, and bruised by the bitter congressional warfare over the League of Nations. The nation wants nothing so much as what the handsome, easygoing Republican candidate Warren G. Harding promises in his soothing, hollow speeches, a plain, unchallenging return to normalcy. Cox and Roosevelt are crushed in a historic, devastating landslide that completely redraws the political map of the country. In November, as the winter chill settles over the Hudson, Franklin Roosevelt finds himself, for the first time since he walked out of that ballroom on East 65th Street 15 years earlier, an ordinary citizen. He has no public office to occupy, no government department to command, and no grand legislative battle to fight. He does not, in that quiet moment of defeat, have any inkling of what is coming down the track toward him. He cannot know that the most agonizing, defining physical crucible of his life waits for him barely a year away on a rocky beach on Campobello Island. He cannot see that the elegant, smooth path he had so confidently mapped out to his fellow clerks at Carter, Ledyard and Milburn has not ended in this political ruin at all. It has merely paused, the way the great Hudson River pauses at its lowest, quietest ebb, gathering its hidden currents before the massive turn of the tide. For now, in the gray winter of 1920, he is simply a defeated, unemployed candidate of 38, returning to a private law practice he detests, to a marriage rebuilt on the cold terms of a political alliance, and to a famous name that the American people have just learned for the very first time to pronounce alongside his own. Chapter 3. The Crucible of Campobello, 1921 to 1928. The island of Campobello breathes salt, cold mud, and wet spruce in the first week of August 1921. Fog rolls in from the Bay of Fundy each morning like a held breath, a thick, blinding wool that blankets the red cliffs and dampens the lawns of the wealthy families who summer along the Canadian border. The Roosevelt family's rambling multi-room cottage sits low against the dark pine tree line, its cedar shingles silvered and beaten raw by decades of northern Atlantic wind. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is 39 years old, and he is, by every conceivable outward measure, a magnificent specimen of American manhood at the absolute zenith of his physical vigor. He is tall, broad-shouldered, and tan, with the restless, athletic energy of a man who views the natural world as an arena for his personal vitality. On the afternoon of August 10th, that vitality is on full display. He has spent the hours sailing his small boat, the Vireo, across the treacherous currents of the bay with his children. On the journey back, noticing a thick plume of smoke rising from a neighboring island, he anchors the boat and hurls himself ashore, leading his sons with an axe to help local fishermen fight a stubborn, wind-whipped brush fire. Hot, exhausted, and covered in soot, he seeks relief by wading through the rocky shallows and diving headlong into the frigid, bone-chilling waters of the Bay of Fundy. Still warm from the exertion, he follows this with a second swim in a stagnant, sun-warmed freshwater pond on the island, chasing the stubborn heat from his muscles the way he has done every summer of his life. He jogs the long mile back to the cottage in his damp, clinging bathing suit, his skin tingling with the cold, feeling for the last time in his existence entirely whole. That evening, sitting on the porch as the gray Atlantic dampness closes in, he tells Eleanor he feels a strange, deep chill, a shivering fatigue that leaves him suddenly feverish. His lower back aches with a dull, throbbing intensity he cannot place. He skips dinner, refusing food, and crawls into his narrow bed early, assuming he has merely caught a heavy summer cold from the sudden plunge into the icy bay. He does not yet know, as he closes his eyes against the rising fever, that the microscopic predator has already infiltrated his central nervous system. He does not know that he will never walk, stand, or move unassisted by human steel or human bone ever again. By morning, the dull ache has transformed into a terrifying physical reality. When he attempts to step out of bed, his left leg drags, heavy and incooperative, as if filled with lead. By the following morning, both legs completely refuse his command. They lie beneath the heavy quilts as dead weight, unresponsive to the frantic signals of his brain. The fever climbs toward a dangerous 103 degrees. His skin becomes so intensely sensitive that the friction of a gentle breeze from the window feels like liquid fire. A local island physician is summoned in haste, followed by a prestigious mainland specialist from Boston. The diagnoses come back maddeningly wrong, one after another. A temporary blood clot, a heavy congestion of the spinal cord, a simple nervous exhaustion brought on by years of political campaigning. The doctors prescribe aggressive leg massages, a treatment that, tragically, only accelerates the destruction of the dying motor neurons in his spinal cord. Finally, weeks later, An expert in orthopedic medicine arrives at the remote cottage, carefully examines the paralyzed limbs, and delivers the cold clinical verdict that will permanently segment Franklin Roosevelt's life into two distinct epochs. The diagnosis is acute anterior poliomyelitis. Polio. Franklin Roosevelt, the coddled Prince of Hyde Park, the golden graduate of Groton and Harvard, the rising star of the National Democratic Party, and a man who had already stood before the electorate as a vice presidential nominee, is hopelessly paralyzed from the waist down. He lies trapped in that small, claustrophobic bedroom at Campobello for weeks, and the white plaster ceiling above his pillow becomes his entire visible universe. The physical agony is immense. His leg muscles constantly seize, cramp, and wither, tightening into painful knots that distort his feet. Even the mere weight of a cotton bedsheet against his skin is a torture that tests his legendary self-control. Eleanor sleeps on a cramped canvas cot in the corner of his room, acting as his primary nurse through the terrifying pitch of the medical crisis. She sponges his burning skin, turns his heavy, unresponsive torso, and listens through the dark hours as he grinds his teeth against the sounds of agony he refuses to let escape as public cries. Presently, his formidable mother, Sarah Delano Roosevelt, arrives from Hyde Park, bringing with her a quiet, unyielding matriarchal certainty about what must happen next. In her view, the path is clear, proper, and comforting. Her shattered son must immediately retire from the vulgar, exhausting arena of public life, return permanently to the ancestral estate at Hyde Park, and live out his remaining years as a refined, wealthy country invalid. He would be tended by her hands, protected by her fortune, his grand political ambitions folded away forever like a summer coat no longer suited for the winter season. Franklin says nothing to confirm this maternal script. Indeed, he says almost nothing at all during those first agonizing weeks of confinement. The people gathered around his bedside mistake his silence for a deep traumatic shock, or for the quiet onset of an invalid's grief. It is neither. Lying utterly immobile in that room, staring for hours at a ceiling he has memorized crack by crack, wrinkle by wrinkle, Franklin Roosevelt is doing precisely what he has always done when confronted by a closed door. He is analyzing the room, calculating the angles, and searching for the side passage. He simply has not found the exit yet, but his mind refuses to accept that the story ends in a sick room on a Canadian island. Eleanor, for her part, makes her own quiet, defining decision in that claustrophobic atmosphere, a choice that political biographers will spend a century parsing for hidden meaning. She is not, by her own admission, a natural nurse. She finds the physical reality of severe illness deeply unsettling. Moreover, their marriage carries the deep, unhealed scars of his infidelity with Lucy Mercer 3 years prior, a profound betrayal she has neither forgotten nor entirely forgiven. She possesses every moral and social justification to step back, to surrender his care to the wealthy mother who begs for the responsibility. Sarah is offering her exactly that exit, urging her to accept a life of quiet, dutiful retreat at Hyde Park, where Sarah herself would preside over Franklin's daily existence and, not incidentally, over his absolute political silencing. But Eleanor flatly refuses to retreat into the shadows. She plants herself like a stone wall between her vulnerable husband and his domineering mother, recognizing instinctively that to allow Franklin to retire to Hyde Park would be to allow his spirit to die. In making this stand, she begins her own monumental transformation into the public partner history will remember. She becomes not merely a supportive wife, but an active, indispensable extension of Franklin's physical presence, traveling the country, attending political meetings, and speaking to crowds on his behalf, serving as his eyes, ears, and voice in rooms his own dead legs can no longer enter. The man who finally emerges from that island sick room, once the destructive fire of the virus has burned itself out, is fundamentally altered in ways that go far deeper than his useless limbs. The disease has amputated his physical independence with surgical, devastating precision, draining the muscle from his thighs and calves until they are thin, withered sticks. It has destroyed the lower trunk muscles that once allowed him to stand or sit without conscious thought. Yet, by some miraculous twist of biology, the virus has left his massive chest, his broad shoulders, his muscular arms, and his magnificent booming voice entirely untouched. He will spend the next 24 years of his life existing as a man of two sharply divided halves, completely paralyzed and dead below the waist, yet ferociously, almost theatrically alive above it. His torso will thicken from the immense physical exertion of compensating for his lower body, giving him the upper frame of a professional heavyweight boxer perched atop the legs of a child. The long rehabilitation that follows is not a cinematic montage of rapid, inspiring triumphs. It is a grueling 7-year marathon of monotonous, unglamorous labor conducted almost entirely behind closed doors. He spends hours on the floors of Hyde Park, crawling like an infant, trying to coax a flicker of life into his dead nerves. He exercises his arms and shoulders on heavy leather gymnasium pulleys until his biceps bulge, building the raw, massive upper body strength he will need simply to swing his weight from a bed to a wheelchair, from a chair to an automobile seat, or into the waiting arms of an aide. He sets his heart on walking again, attempting a crude mechanical simulation of movement. He has heavy black steel braces forged, running from his hips down to his boots. To walk, he must lock these steel bars into place, clamping his dead limbs straight, and then grip a heavy wooden cane in one hand while leaning his massive weight onto the strong arm of his son or a sturdy assistant. Then, using the raw strength of his torso and stomach muscles, he hurls his entire pelvis forward in a violent, swinging hitch, dragging the braced dead leg along behind him before repeating the agonizing process with the other side. It costs him an immense, exhausting expenditure of physical energy, and it causes him sharp, regular pain. Yet every single time he performs this grueling miracle in the public eye, down a long corridor, onto a political stage, or into a railway carriage, he performs it with his chin tilted high and a radiant, joyous smile fixed so naturally onto his face that almost no one watching ever suspects the sheer agony the act requires. He becomes, through necessity, a master of a brilliant, sophisticated school of theater, built entirely around the art of illusion and concealment. Because he cannot stand without his steel braces locked and a physical anchor to lean upon, he takes absolute control over how his body is perceived by the public. He establishes a strict, unwritten code with the press corps. He is never to be photographed in his wheelchair, never to be seen being carried up steps by his bodyguards, and never to be caught in the awkward, vulnerable moments of transfer between vehicles. The photographers and reporters of the era, operating under an unspoken gentleman's agreement and a deep respect for personal privacy that would completely vanish in a later, more cynical age, cooperate in this grand fiction. They willingly position their cameras to capture him only when he is seated at a desk, smiling from the back of an open-topped car, or gripped tightly to a solid wooden podium that hides his locked steel legs from view. The American public that will eventually elect this man to 4 consecutive terms in the White House will go to their graves never fully understanding the massive physical reality of their leader's disability, unaware that the president who projected such global power could not stand up to pour a glass of water without help. But this clever concealment from the public eye is only the superficial half of the story. The truly revolutionary transformation is occurring within the private, psychological architecture of the man himself, and that internal re-engineering begins in earnest among the pine trees and red clay of rural Georgia. In 1924, he hears of a place almost by pure chance. A wealthy businessman who had also contracted polio writes to him about a primitive, decaying 19th-century health resort near a town called Bullockville, where a natural underground spring-fed pool emerges from the earth at a constant warm 88 degrees. The water is remarkably buoyant, rich in magnesium and floating minerals, and is rumored to ease the withered limbs of paralytics in a way no hospital therapy in New York can duplicate. Franklin travels south in the autumn of 1924, deeply skeptical but desperate enough to try anything. The moment he lowers his heavy, withered body into that warm, mineral-rich pool for the first time, his life changes forever. In the water, the relentless tyranny of gravity suddenly loosens its grip on him. Because of the water's unique density, he can float, balance, and move his legs in ways that are totally impossible on dry land. He cannot walk, but he can splash, kick, and propel his body across the pool with a sensation that feels for the first time in 3 long, dark years, like absolute physical freedom. He floats on his back beneath the warm Georgia sky, looking up through the pine trees, and feels the rare, intoxicating sensation of being a whole man again. He writes to his mother with a childlike excitement that leaps off the stationery, describing how he can stand waist-deep in the water without crutches, noting a tiny, miraculous wiggle in a toe that had been completely dead since Campobello. He returns to the rural site again and again, and as he does, the derelict resort begins to transform into an extraordinary laboratory of human hope. In 1926, investing a massive portion of his personal inheritance, nearly 2/3 of his entire fortune, he buys the property outright, renaming it Warm Springs. He does not design it as a wealthy private sanitarium for his personal retreat. Instead, he deliberately constructs it as an egalitarian, democratic community of mutual survival. He builds accessible cottages, level walkways, and therapy pavilions, filling the place with other polio victims who flock to Georgia after reading about his recovery. Many of them are desperately poor. Many of them are children, people who had been hidden away in back bedrooms by families who viewed paralysis as a shameful curse. At Warm Springs, Franklin Roosevelt moves among them in his simple woolen bathing suit, his thin, withered legs exposed to the bright sunlight without a shred of the elaborate concealment or aristocratic pride he maintains everywhere else in his life. Here, surrounded by his polios, he does not need to perform the exhausted ritual of wholeness. He is simply one paralyzed man among many, splashing in the green water, shouting with laughter, playing water polo, and patiently teaching a frightened, brace-wearing child how to trust the buoyancy of the pool. It is here, in the dirt roads and warm waters of Georgia, that the second and far more historic transformation of these years takes permanent root. This is not the rebuilding of his physical body, which he finally realizes will never truly walk again, but the total reconstruction of his understanding of human suffering. Before the August catastrophe of 1921, Franklin Roosevelt's life had been a gilded, uninterrupted ascent up the ladder of American privilege. Groton, Harvard, a wealthy marriage arranged within his own social caste, an effortless rise through the legislature, and a national nomination. He had lived a life of such absolute safety that hardship was for him a distant intellectual abstraction. Poverty and suffering were things that happened to other, less fortunate people, observed from the clean, untroubled distance of a passing private rail car. Polio obliterates that aristocratic distance forever. For the rest of his life, Franklin Roosevelt knows exactly, in his own physical flesh, what it means to be utterly dependent upon the mercy and strength of others. He knows the humiliation of needing to be lifted like a sack of grain, of being dressed by other men's hands, of waiting helplessly in a room for someone else to carry him to safety if a fire breaks out. He knows the bitter sting of being looked down upon with pity by healthy men, and he knows the rage of that pity and the immense will required to defeat it. At Warm Springs, sitting on the edge of the pool with farmers, clerks, and factory workers who share that intimate knowledge of vulnerability, he begins to listen to human beings in a way his early life had never demanded. He sits with them at the communal dinner tables and asks not about their medical charts, but about their lives, their mortgages, their bankrupt farms, their lost jobs, and the families they are failing to support. He absorbs deeply and permanently the language of the defeated, what it costs a proud man to ask for help, what it means to be written off by society, and what it feels like when the world quietly decides you're finished and useless. This is the profound, bone-deep empathy that will, within less than a decade, completely revolutionize the relationship between the American government and its citizens during the catastrophic depths of the Great Depression. The leader who will stand before a panicked, broken nation in March of 1933 and declare that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself is not merely a clever, slick politician executing a performance of compassion for votes. He is a man who spent 7 silent years at Campobello and Warm Springs learning muscle by aching muscle, exactly what it costs a human spirit to keep fighting when the world has told you to lay down and die. The larger political world, meanwhile, has not forgotten him, despite his long absence from the ballot. From his heavy oak desk at Hyde Park and his outdoor table at Warm Springs, Roosevelt maintains a staggering, relentless correspondence with Democratic officials in every state of the Union. He dictates thousands of letters, analyzes local election statistics, and carefully maintains a vast national web of political alliances that remain dormant but entirely intact. Lewis Howe all but moves into the Roosevelt household permanently during these wilderness years, acting as a cynical, watchful guardian of the flame. Howe remains absolutely convinced that Franklin's destiny is merely delayed, working hand in hand with Eleanor to keep the Roosevelt name alive in progressive circles while the man himself is busy hurling his hips across therapy rooms, secretly training his upper body for a political future that no one else in America believes is possible. That hidden future arrives with a sudden roar in the autumn of 1928. Al Smith, the colorful, wet Catholic governor of New York, has secured the Democratic presidential nomination and desperately needs a clean, widely popular Protestant figure to run for governor of New York to secure the crucial state ticket. Smith turns his immense political pressure on Franklin. Roosevelt resists aggressively at first. He is terrified of interrupting his therapy at Warm Springs, knowing his legs are still fragile and unstable. He pleads with Smith over a dramatic long-distance telephone call, stating with genuine reluctance that his health will not permit a return to the brutal grind of state politics. But Smith refuses to take no for an answer, and from the sidelines, Eleanor and Lewis Howe both sense with an absolute, chilling clarity that the historical tide has turned and the moment of re-entry has arrived. In October of 1928, Franklin Roosevelt travels to the state Democratic Convention in Rochester. He rides out onto the brightly lit stage, his heavy steel braces locked firmly beneath his trousers, his knuckles white as he grips a solid wooden podium to balance his swaying frame. He looks out at the roaring crowd of thousands, cocks his head with that famous defiant grin, and accepts the nomination for governor with a voice so vibrating with warmth, power, and absolute certainty that the cheering delegates have no earthly reason to suspect what his dead legs are silently enduring beneath the fabric of his trousers. He wins the governorship that November by a razor-thin margin, even as Al Smith's presidential campaign is crushed in a massive Republican landslide across the rest of the nation. And as Franklin Delano Roosevelt stands on the steps of the state capitol in Albany, to be sworn in as governor of New York in January of 1929, the dark, agonizing crucible of his 7-year exile permanently closes behind him. The claustrophobic sickbed at Campobello, the exhausting months of physical therapy, the warm, healing waters of Georgia, and the long private apprenticeship in human suffering have done their work. He walks toward the inaugural podium in the only way his shattered body will allow. Slow, deliberate, hitching his weight forward step by painful step, a performance that costs him everything he has to give. The watching nation, gripped by the final frantic illusions of the roaring 20s, looks on with cheers, entirely unaware that it has just witnessed the first public steps of the man who will lead them through the darkest, most transformative decade in the history of the Republic. Chapter 4. The Albany Laboratory, 1928 to 1932. The Hudson River moves slowly past Hyde Park in the autumn of 1928, carrying with it the last gold, dying light of October. The water mirrors a sky that seems to hold its breath before the winter, thick with the scents of damp earth and fallen oak leaves. On the wide, shaded porch of the great estate above the water, a man sits with his legs covered by a heavy wool tartan blanket, his large, muscular hands steady on the wicker arms of his wheelchair. His eyes are fixed on a point far beyond the eastern tree line, something in the middle distance that no one else in his family can quite see. Franklin Delano Roosevelt has spent 7 silent years in this place and in the warm, sulphurous pools of Georgia, building a completely different kind of strength, the rare kind that does not depend on human legs. He has painstakingly learned how to be lifted into high-riding automobiles by his bodyguards without flinching or losing his aristocratic composure. He has learned how to laugh uproariously at elegant dinner parties, while his hands secretly grip the table's mahogany edge with white-knuckled force to maintain his balance. He has mastered the supreme psychological art of convincing a room full of skeptical, healthy men that the broken body sitting in the chair is not the man himself. Now, on this particular evening, the sharp ring of the telephone in the drafty wood hallway shatters the twilight quiet, and Eleanor's voice carries through the screen door, urgent, clipped, and sharp in a way that makes him turn his massive head instantly. Al Smith is on the wire, calling from a frantic hotel suite in New York City. The legendary Democratic nominee for president, a blunt, cigar-chomping man who has spent his life rising from the crowded tenements of Manhattan's Lower East Side to the governor's mansion in Albany, is asking Franklin for an immense, immediate sacrifice. Smith is begging him to run for that same governorship, to succeed him as the leader of the Empire State, to be the safe, clean-cut patrician candidate who can hold New York's crucial electoral votes, while Smith himself reaches for the White House against Herbert Hoover. Franklin listens to the scratchy, long-distance voice through the earpiece without speaking for a long, heavy moment. He has told his closest friends, and told himself repeatedly, that he is simply not ready. The polio that struck him at Campobello in 1921 had left him a physical fragment, and his agonizing work of daily rehabilitation at Warm Springs, Georgia, has become both his physical savior and his emotional sanctuary. He is not finished with his body yet. He believes, with the quiet, stubborn, slightly delusional confidence of an aristocrat who has rebuilt himself once already, that another year or two of intensive swimming might restore some microscopic connection to his nerves, allowing him to walk without steel support. A governorship would instantly end that private dream. A governorship would thrust him before the glare of newsreel cameras and cynical political crowds, forcing him to climb marble stairs he cannot conquer, and to stand at exposed public podiums he cannot reach without substantial human help. It would mean exposing the secret machinery of his survival to the world. But Al Smith is unyielding, and behind his desperate pleading stands a cold, mathematical calculation that Franklin understands better than anyone else in American politics. Smith is bleeding support in the rural Protestant upstate counties due to his own Catholic faith and his fierce opposition to prohibition. He needs New York's electoral votes to have any prayer of winning the presidency, and he knows that only Roosevelt, with his legendary name, his Protestant credentials, and his independent progressive reputation, can bridge the deep cultural chasm between upstate farmers and Tammany Hall's urban immigrants. The political pressure builds like a rising river through frantic telephone calls, late-night telegrams, and emissaries over the subsequent days. Lewis Howe, the withered, asthmatic, chain-smoking strategist who has guarded Franklin's career from the shadows, argues fiercely against the run. Howe fears it is a premature trap that will permanently derail the careful, long-term reconstruction of both his body and his national reputation. Eleanor, who has carved out her own independent political life among the women's trade unions during Franklin's long recovery, watches the domestic crisis with a complicated mixture of personal reservation and stoic support. Finally, sitting in his dim, book-lined study with the gray Hudson visible through the glass, Franklin picks up the telephone and accepts the challenge. He chooses the arena over the sanctuary. The state Democratic Convention in Rochester erupts into a roaring, paper-throwing chaos when his name is officially placed in nomination. The delegates rise to their feet, cheering until their throats are raw, because they instinctively understand the immense symbolic weight of his presence on the ticket. Here is a man who has looked into the abyss of personal ruin, who has suffered a greater, more humiliating hardship than any of them will ever experience, and who has chosen to stand again, literally and figuratively, before the American public. The gubernatorial campaign that follows is unlike anything the state of New York has ever witnessed. Franklin cannot walk into crowded union halls or village squares to shake hands like a traditional candidate. Instead, he designs a campaign of pure, relentless velocity. He is driven through every single corner of the state in a large, open-topped Buick touring car, sometimes logging 100 miles a day through pouring autumn rain, his fine wool coat soaked through to the skin, yet always smiling, waving, and throwing his head back in laughter at the crowds gathered along the muddy rural roads. They have heard the persistent, dark rumors that he is an helpless invalid, a dying man, and they come specifically to see the spectacle for themselves. He gives speech after speech, standing at heavy wooden lecterns that have been specially reinforced with hidden steel angle irons by his advance team to bear the massive weight of his leaning torso. He locks his heavy leg braces into place with a sharp, metallic click beneath his trousers, then holds himself upright by sheer agonizing force of will, his hands gripping the edges of the podium so violently that aides later notice deep, permanent indentations left in the varnished wood. No one in the cheering crowd ever sees the trembling of his muscles underneath that massive, radiant smile. That is precisely the point of the theater. He is projecting an illusion of flawless health so powerful that it becomes reality for the voters. November arrives, and the election results split the state in a way that stuns the seasoned political bosses of both parties. Herbert Hoover carries New York for the Republicans at the presidential level by a massive historic margin, and Al Smith, the favorite son of the city, suffers the ultimate humiliation of losing his own home state in his bid for the presidency. But Franklin Roosevelt, running on the exact same ballot, defies the national Republican landslide, winning the governorship by a razor-thin margin of just over 25,000 votes. It is one of the strangest, most telling outcomes in the state's history. New Yorkers reject the architect of the modern state government for the presidency, while electing his chosen patrician successor to the State House. Franklin understands the deep, structural meaning of this victory immediately. He is won not because of the Tammany machine, and certainly not because of Smith's coattails, but because something in his own resilient, sunlit personality has reached across the partisan divide, touching independent voters who were repelled by the machine. It is the first undeniable evidence that Franklin Roosevelt possesses a unique, intoxicating political magic that is entirely his own. The formal inauguration in Albany in January of 1929 places him in the exact same high-backed governor's chair that has carried ambitious men toward the presidency before him, most notably the Republican cousin whose name he bears, Theodore Roosevelt, a historical parallel that the national newspapers cannot resist mentioning in every Sunday edition. Franklin moves into the drafty Victorian executive mansion on Eagle Street with Eleanor, with his mother Sarah arriving frequently to offer unasked for domestic direction, and with a small, fiercely loyal household staff that quickly learns the complex daily choreography his disability requires. Ramps are constructed quietly over the mansion's rear steps, completely hidden from the street. Doorways are widened to accommodate the custom-made, narrow wheelchair he designed from a common kitchen chair. The governor's daily schedule is organized with military precision around the hours when his body possesses the most natural stamina, quiet mornings in bed when his hands are steadiest for signing state papers, with the grueling, physically demanding ceremonial appearances and political confrontations strictly reserved for the afternoon. Few of these elaborate domestic accommodations are ever visible to political outsiders, and that absolute invisibility is itself a monumental administrative achievement. It is the product of meticulous protective planning by Eleanor, by the watchful Lewis Howe, and by Franklin's brilliant personal secretary, Marguerite "Missy" LeHand, who manages the governor's inner office with a calm, legendary precision that keeps Albany's gossiping political class at a safe distance. As governor, Franklin Roosevelt immediately begins to use the state as an active laboratory, testing bold legislative ideas that will later define an entire era of American governance, though no one watching him in those first optimistic months of 1929 can possibly know the scale of the global storm that is coming. He champions the radical concept of public ownership and development of hydroelectric power along the roaring St. Lawrence River, engaging in a fierce, public war with the private utility monopolies that he believes are gouging poor consumers and stifling industrial competition. He fights hard for old-age pensions, arguing that it is a moral outrage for a civilized state to offer nothing but the poorhouse to citizens who are too old or broken to work. He pushes hard for unemployment insurance, a concept still considered dangerously socialistic and un-American by much of the conservative business establishment, and demands sweeping reforms to the state's labor laws to protect young women and children working in the sweatshops of Manhattan and the textile mills of Utica. These are not yet desperate emergency measures. In the spring of 1929, the American capitalist economy still appears, on the inflated surface of Wall Street, to be roaring forward without any historical limits. Franklin's early reforms are progressive, humanistic ambitions pursued in prosperous times, the natural, deliberate extension of the civic ideas he had absorbed from Endicott Peabody at Groton and from his own deep study of the systemic inequalities baked into modern American industrial life. Then, on a Black Tuesday in October of 1929, the stock market collapses with a terrifying roar, and within a matter of weeks, the entire economic texture of American life begins to disintegrate beneath everyone's feet. Franklin watches the early ticker reports from his desk in Albany with the same calm, analytical attentiveness he brought to his own paralysis crisis. He does not panic, but it does not take long for the true catastrophic scale of the disaster to manifest. Factories begin closing their gates one by one across New York State. Men who had held steady, respectable jobs for decades in the steel mills of Buffalo, the camera plants of Rochester, and the garment district of Manhattan suddenly find themselves standing in silent lines that stretch for blocks around city squares, waiting for a bowl of watery soup, waiting for any faint rumor of a day's wage. Farmers in the state's northern counties watch crop and dairy prices fall far below the actual cost of production, leading to foreclosures and rural despair. By the freezing winter of 1930, the governor's mansion receives a staggering, daily torrent of handwritten mail from ordinary citizens describing miseries that none of the existing systems of private charity or local city relief can possibly hope to address. Private charities, the traditional and revered first line of defense against poverty in America, are completely overwhelmed and bankrupt within months. Churches and settlement houses that once managed to feed their neighborhoods are forced to turn desperate families away into the cold because their resources have simply vanished. Franklin understands, perhaps far before any of his contemporary politicians in Washington or Wall Street, that something fundamentally different is happening to the nation, that this is not a normal, temporary, cyclical downturn that a few reassuring speeches and patience will resolve. He recognizes that the economic system itself has suffered a profound spinal injury. He begins assembling a brilliant, eclectic circle of advisors unlike anything ever seen before in state government. Men and women drawn not from the traditional cynical ranks of Democratic Party loyalists, but from university faculties, social work networks, and the emerging experimental field of institutional economics. Harry Hopkins, a wiry, restless, chain-smoking social worker from Iowa who has spent years running relief programs among the poor of New York City, becomes one of Franklin's most trusted, aggressive lieutenants. Francis Perkins, the state's industrial commissioner, brings a fierce, razor-sharp intelligence and an unflinching, lifelong commitment to labor protections that Franklin comes to rely upon completely. Together with figures like Henry Morgenthau, Jr., a wealthy Hudson Valley neighbor and practical farmer with deep expertise in agricultural economics, this group begins meeting in the executive office. They sit late into the night beneath the portrait of George Clinton, working through radical ideas that have absolutely no precedent in American state governance. In the sweltering autumn of 1931, with the Depression deepening into an absolute emergency, Franklin makes a historic decision that will prove to be the ultimate hinge point of his career, and, in time, the template for the nation's survival. He calls a special session of the New York State Legislature and proposes the creation of the Temporary Emergency Relief Administration, an agency that will quickly become known by its historic initials, TARA. This agency is designed to distribute direct public relief, funded by progressive state taxation, to citizens who have completely exhausted every other human option. The proposal is, in the context of 1931, genuinely revolutionary. No state government in the history of America has previously taken direct, structural responsibility for relieving the poverty and starvation of its citizens on this massive scale. Conservative critics in the legislature, many of them upstate Republicans, but some within the conservative wing of his own party, argue with fury that direct relief will permanently destroy individual initiative, that it dangerously oversteps the proper constitutional boundaries of government, and that it will bankrupt the state treasury. Franklin counters these ideological arguments not with abstract economic philosophy, but with the plain, devastating arithmetic of human suffering. In legislative hearings and nationwide radio addresses, he describes the specific conditions reported to him by county inspectors: children showing the unmistakable signs of rickets and malnutrition, and able-bodied proud men unable to find a single day's work, no matter how far they travel or how desperately they search. He declares that the state has a sacred moral obligation to prevent its citizens from starving, viewing relief not as a matter of charity, but as a matter of fundamental social justice. The legislature, worn down by the terrifying scale of the crisis and by Franklin's relentless, smiling, methodical persuasion, finally approves the measure, and TARA becomes the law of the state. Franklin immediately appoints Harry Hopkins to run the new apparatus, and Hopkins brings to the task an almost ferocious, ulcer-inducing efficiency. He cuts through the red tape of local bureaucracies to distribute millions of dollars in relief funds within weeks to rural counties and urban wards that have been waiting in despair for any sign of help from Albany. The numbers are staggering for their time. TARA eventually provides direct assistance to hundreds of thousands of New York families, a scale of state intervention that would have seemed unthinkable to most conservative politicians just 24 months earlier. Crucially, Franklin insists that this relief be combined wherever possible with work, with small-scale public projects that put men back into productive labor, repairing roads and planting trees, rather than simply handing out demoralizing cash payments. It is a philosophy of work relief that will echo directly into the massive federal programs he creates years later on a national scale. He watches the daily results from his office with the keen eye of a scientist conducting a high-stakes experiment, taking detailed notes, adjusting the administrative mechanisms, and learning which specific approaches restore human dignity along with physical sustenance, and which merely provide temporary relief without healing the deeper social wound. By the autumn of 1930, Franklin's bold, aggressive handling of the emerging economic crisis, combined with his continued progressive battles over labor and public power generation, has made him an idol within New York State. He wins re-election to the governorship that November by a historic margin of more than 725,000 votes, a staggering landslide that instantly electrifies the conversation in Democratic circles across the entire country. Newspapers in Washington, Chicago, and across the deeply conservative South begin to describe him on their front pages as the absolute frontrunner for the party's presidential nomination in 1932. Franklin reads these national speculations with a characteristic, highly practiced outward modesty, deflecting questions from eager reporters with a wave of his cigarette holder, insisting with a smile that his only concern is the immediate welfare of the people of New York. But those closest to him, Eleanor, Lewis Howe, Missy LeHand, understand perfectly that he has begun, carefully, quietly, and systematically, to position himself for the largest stage in the world. From his desk, he is gathering vital political alliances in the South and the West, courting powerful newspaper publishers, and building the diverse coalition of forces that any successful presidential campaign requires. Through 1931, and into the dark winter of 1932, the Great Depression deepens across the continent with a cruelty that seems to have no bottom. Nationwide, unemployment climbs toward levels that defy any historical comparison, leaving nearly a quarter of the American workforce idle. Bank failures multiply by the thousands, wiping out the life savings of millions of families who believed they had secured their futures through decades of honest, careful work. In Washington, President Herbert Hoover, working from a rigid philosophical framework that emphasizes voluntary cooperation between big business and strictly limited federal intervention, appears increasingly paralyzed, aloof, and tragically out of step with the terrifying scale of human suffering visible in every American city. Hoover becomes a symbol of cold inaction, barricaded inside a defensive White House. Franklin watches Hoover's public struggles from Albany with a master politician's careful attention. He understands that the stark, daily contrast between Washington's administrative paralysis and Albany's vibrant activism is becoming the central, undeniable argument of his emerging presidential campaign. He does not gloat publicly. He does not criticize Hoover with the harshness that some of his more radical advisors urge. Instead, he allows the contrast to make itself, continuing to expand New York's relief efforts and continuing to speak to the microphones in plain, direct, comforting language about the sacred obligations government owes to its people in times of catastrophe. In the early months of 1932, as the hot summer of the Democratic National Convention approaches, Franklin Roosevelt stands before the nation as the undisputed frontrunner for his party's presidential nomination. It is a position built not on an inherited aristocratic name alone, though that name still carries an immense electoral charge, but on 4 years of demonstrated executive capacity to govern a vast, complicated, and fractured state through both unbridled prosperity and unprecedented catastrophe. The young man who, on that golden October evening in 1928, had feared that a return to the governorship would permanently end his personal hopes of physical recovery, has instead used that office to prove something far more valuable to the world than the use of his legs. He has proved that he possesses the perfect temperament, the brilliant political instinct, and the genuine, unfeigned concern for ordinary Americans that this dark historical moment demands. Albany has been his vital clinical laboratory. The radical experiments conducted there, Terra, the public power battles, the unemployment insurance frameworks, and the unyielding conviction that government must act decisively when private capitalism fails, will travel with him now toward Chicago, toward the convention, and toward a national stage where an entire frightened, broken country waits in the darkness for someone to tell them that better days are still possible. Chapter 5. Fear Itself and the First 100 Days, 1932 to 1934. The wind off Lake Erie cut sideways through Chicago on a stifling July evening in 1932, rattling the heavy canvas awnings outside the sweltering stadium where the Democratic National Convention has, after 4 exhausting deadlocked ballots, finally settled on its presidential nominee. Inside the hall, the air is a thick, choking blue fog of cigar smoke, sweat, and the unique, crackling electricity of a political party that knows with absolute certainty it is about to inherit a broken republic. Telegrams are already moving across the copper wires toward Albany, where a 50-year-old governor sits waiting in a small, tense room, crowded with family and exhausted advisors. His heavy steel leg braces rest quietly against the leg of the mahogany chair beside him, completely out of sight, as they always are, hidden beneath his trousers and the carefully arranged furniture. Franklin Delano Roosevelt does not wait for the traditional, weeks-long interval of stilted formality between nomination and the delivery of an acceptance speech. He breaks political precedent immediately, just as he fully intends to shatter precedent in nearly everything that follows in his life. He charters an airplane, a lumbering metal-skinned propeller-driven Ford trimotor that bucks, drops, and shudders through severe summer turbulence for 9 agonizing hours, and flies directly from Albany to Chicago to accept the nomination in person. It is a brilliantly calculated piece of political theater, a physical message broadcast to millions of radios before a single word of his text is spoken. This is a man who moves, who acts, who conquers distance, and who does not sit paralyzed in a chair while the nation starves. When he finally steps off that shaking plane at the airfield, sweat-soaked, pale, and physically exhausted from the turbulence, the waiting crowd does not see his physical limitations. They see rapid, mechanical motion. They see a modern leader completely unafraid of falling out of the sky, in service of something larger than himself. That historic night, standing before the roaring delegates while gripping the edges of the speaker's podium with the full weight of his powerful torso, he speaks the simple phrase that will become the structural scaffolding of an entire political era. I pledge myself to a new deal for the American people. The words themselves are almost an afterthought in the long, sprawling speech, buried deep among more conventional partisan appeals to party unity and financial reform. But the crowded room feels them land differently. Reporters in the press gallery scribble the phrase into their notebooks, circling it in lead. By morning, it is a bold across-the-page headline. By autumn, it is an unstoppable national movement. Outside the convention hall, far beyond the red, white, and blue bunting and the blare of the brass bands, the country those delegates are fighting to lead has become a bleak landscape of quiet, catastrophic devastation. Nationwide unemployment has climbed past 24%, an abstract number that translates into millions of idled lives. In cities across America, men clad in wool suits that once signified middle-class respectability now stand in silent, shifting breadlines that wind for blocks around gray stone buildings, their coat collars frayed against the wind, their eyes permanently fixed on the pavement in a posture of practiced invisibility. Farmers in the Midwest watch foreclosure notices nailed to their barn doors by county sheriffs, while their crops, completely unsellable at any price that covers the bare cost of harvesting them, rot into black sludge in the fields or are burned for fuel. In the mud-soaked bottomlands along the Anacostia River in Washington, a ragged, tragic encampment of nearly 20,000 First World War veterans has taken root. This is the Bonus Army, men who marched peacefully to the Capitol to petition for the early payment of a promised wartime bonus, only to watch federal troops under the command of General Douglas MacArthur cavalry charge their families, using tanks and tear gas to burn their fragile cardboard shacks to the ground. Herbert Hoover, a man of genuine intelligence and deep personal compassion who simply cannot bring himself to believe that the federal presidency should reach into the machinery of ordinary American life, watches his global reputation collapse along with the capitalist economy he insists is on the absolute verge of an automatic recovery. Roosevelt campaigns against this dark backdrop, not with partisan rage, but with a radiant, infectious reassurance. He does not pretend to possess a complete, detailed economic blueprint for recovery. In truth, he does not have one at all, and he says as much in his candid campaign speeches, framing the total absence of rigid economic dogma as a supreme pragmatic virtue. He promises experimentation. He promises that if one bold approach fails, his administration will openly admit the mistake and try another, and then another, until something finally works. It is an extraordinary, unprecedented thing to run on. Not a fixed platform or a sacred ideology, but a temperament, a willingness to act, and an implicit faith that motion itself is a form of secular hope. The country, thoroughly exhausted by Hoover's academic stillness, finds this experimental faith deeply contagious. In November, Roosevelt wins 42 of the 48 states in a crushing electoral landslide. It is not simply a partisan victory. It is a total cultural repudiation of the old order, a massive national exhale, the sound of an entire people setting down a crushing psychological burden they have carried alone for 3 long years. But between the historic election in November and the formal inauguration in March, the American Constitution of that era imposes a cruel 4-month delay, the long, agonizing, lame duck interregnum that will, in fact, be abolished by constitutional amendment in part because of the near-fatal disaster that unfolds during this very winter. The economic collapse does not pause to wait politely for the new administration to take the oath of office. It continues to fall into the abyss. Banks across the nation begin failing in massive overlapping waves, a lethal contagion of financial fear spreading faster than any single institution's actual insolvency would justify. In a panic, perception becomes its own fatal form of truth. Depositors who have spent a lifetime trusting their small-town bank now stand in lines on frozen sidewalks at dawn, their paper passbooks clutched in white-knuckled hands, desperate to withdraw their life savings before the heavy vault doors close for good. By the eve of the inauguration, governors in roughly 36 states have declared emergency banking holidays, shuttering financial institutions outright simply to stop the bleeding. The entire financial circulatory system of the United States is freezing up in real time, and the man meant to address it possesses no formal constitutional power to act until the clock strikes noon on March the 4th. That fateful morning arrives gray, raw, and heavy with low clouds. Roosevelt, dressed in a formal morning coat, gray trousers, and a silk top hat, makes the 10th stop at the White House to collect the outgoing president. The open car ride down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol with Hoover is, by every historical account, conducted in near total, suffocating silence. Here are 2 men who represent completely opposite philosophies of human governance, sealed together in close quarters, neither finding a single word to say to the other. Hoover stares straight ahead, hollowed out by public repudiation and personal exhaustion. Roosevelt, ever the master of performance, lifts his silk hat to the silent crowds lining the avenue, his smile fixed and warm, projecting a radiant confidence he must on some private level know is at least partly theater. Confidence, in this moment of national collapse, is itself a vital tool of statecraft, and he wields it deliberately. He takes the oath of office at the east portico of the Capitol, his hand resting firmly on a massive 17th-century Dutch family Bible, open to the 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, the famous chapter on faith, hope, and love. The crowd below him stretches back through the plaza as far as the human eye can travel, more people than have ever assembled for an inauguration in the nation's history. They are drawn not merely by curiosity, but by something closer to raw desperation, an existential hunger to hear, from the only voice with the sovereign authority to say it, that the bleeding might finally stop. And then he speaks into the cluster of carbon microphones. The voice that comes crackling through millions of radio sets and metal loudspeakers is unmistakably patrician. The flattened vowels and broad accents of Groton and Harvard, the rhythmic cadence of a man raised in the absolute security of Hudson Valley privilege. Yet something in its delivery cuts straight through lines of class and geography to land on a plane of shared national feeling. He does not open with dry policy proposals or legislative figures. He opens with a psychological diagnosis, an almost therapeutic framing, treating the nation as a patient whose first obstacle to healing is emotional before it is economic. This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. And then he delivers the sentence that will permanently outlive every other line of his long presidency, the sentence schoolchildren will recite for a century afterward. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. It is a strange thing, when you sit with it in historical perspective, how much structural weight that single sentence carries. It does not promise immediate jobs. It does not promise an end to bank failures by sundown. It names instead the invisible psychological enemy, panic, paralysis, the self-reinforcing spiral of a people who have stopped trusting one another and stopped trusting their fundamental institutions. It gives that monster a name precisely so that it can be dragged into the light and fought as a physical thing. Fear, Roosevelt insists, is a nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed efforts to convert retreat into advance. He is not merely comforting his audience, he is issuing them a strict executive instruction: stop retreating. The address runs barely 20 minutes, and yet in those 20 minutes, the entire emotional register of American life pivots almost perceptibly from static despair toward something that might, cautiously, be called national resolve. He does not let the emotional moment cool. Within hours of taking office, before the inaugural parade has even fully dispersed down the avenue, Roosevelt is already at work in the White House. He declares a sweeping national bank holiday, invoking emergency executive powers under an old, forgotten wartime statute from the First World War to shut every single bank in the United States for 4 days. This brilliant maneuver buys time for his new administration to draft emergency banking legislation before panic can claim another single institution. It is an audacious, near-dictatorial assertion of executive authority, exercised within hours of his inauguration, and it sets the frantic tempo for everything that follows. There will be no gradual easing into governance. There will be no traditional honeymoon spent settling into the executive residence and learning the building's corridors. The national crisis does not permit it, and Roosevelt, sensing this with an instinct that borders on the theatrical, refuses to permit it either. His aides live on coffee and sandwiches, drafting bills on scrap paper while sleeping on office floors. What follows over the subsequent 15 weeks is a breathtaking legislative sprint with absolutely no parallel in American history, a historic period that will come to be known, almost reverently, as the 100 Days. Congress, summoned into an immediate special session, finds itself confronting bill after bill arriving from the White House at a pace that leaves even seasoned legislators gasping for breath. The Emergency Banking Act passes both houses of Congress within a single day of being introduced, many representatives voting on it before the text is even fully printed. The bill restores enough institutional confidence that when the banks finally reopen their doors, deposits flow back into the vaults rather than fleeing them. The panic, remarkably, simply stops, as though the nation had been holding its breath and is finally permitted by the president to release it. And then, on a Sunday evening 8 days after his inauguration, Roosevelt does something no American president has ever dared before. He sits before a cluster of radio microphones in the White House, a small group of staff and technicians arranged informally around him in shirt sleeves, and speaks to the country not as a remote politician delivering a formal address, but as a wise neighbor explaining in plain, patient, and domestic language exactly what has been done to the banking system and why ordinary citizens can trust their money to it again. He calls it almost casually a fireside chat, an utterly deliberate choice of phrase designed by Washington editors, conjuring images of hearth, home, and safety rather than marble chambers and distant podiums. Families across the country gather their wooden chairs around radio cabinets in their own darkened living rooms, leaning in close as his warm, resonant voice fills the room with the unhurried cadence of a man explaining something deeply complicated to people he respects enough not to condescend to. It is intimacy manufactured at a national scale, and it works with miraculous efficacy precisely because it does not feel manufactured at all. He makes every citizen feel as though the president is speaking directly to them, sitting in their kitchen. From there, the legislation does not slow down. If anything, it accelerates into a blur of acronyms. The Civilian Conservation Corps, the CCC, takes shape within weeks, rapidly dispatching 250,000 young, unemployed urban men into the nation's forests, mountains, and national parks. They plant billions of trees, build hiking trails, and fight soil erosion, exchanging idle city desperation for structured military-style purpose, 3 square meals a day, and a small but steady wage sent home to their struggling families. The Federal Emergency Relief Administration, FERA, channels $500 million directly to the states for immediate cash relief, an explicit acknowledgement by Roosevelt that some human suffering simply cannot wait for the slower machinery of job creation to take hold. The Agricultural Adjustment Act, the AAA, attempts something almost paradoxical to the desperate eye, paying farmers to grow less food, to plow understanding cotton fields, and to slaughter millions of piglets in order to artificially push crop prices back up to a level where family farming might again be economically survivable. It is a controversial policy that draws bitter criticism even as it stabilizes a collapsing rural economy. The National Industrial Recovery Act, the NIRA, establishes sweeping codes of fair competition across entire manufacturing industries and creates the Public Works Administration, pouring billions of federal dollars into the construction of massive bridges, civilian dams, public schools, and local post offices that will, in some cases, still be standing and functioning nearly a century later. The Tennessee Valley Authority, the TVA, is born in these same frantic weeks, an audacious experiment in regional planning that will bring electricity, flood control, and industrial modernization to one of the poorest, most neglected stretches of the country. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation to protect savings, the Securities and Exchange Commission's earliest legislative groundwork to police Wall Street, the Glass-Steagall reform separating commercial banking from speculative investment banking, each arrives in rapid succession from the White House, each aimed at repairing some specific, bleeding fracture in the architecture of American economic life. There is no singular, rigid master plan binding all of this furious activity together with perfect ideological coherence, and Roosevelt does not pretend otherwise to his staff. Some of these programs will openly contradict each other in subtle economic ways. Some will be aggressively challenged in the courts by corporate lawyers and struck down by the Supreme Court within a few years as unconstitutional overreach. But ideological coherence, in the desperate spring of 1933, is not what the American people require. What they require more than anything is visible, relentless daily evidence that their federal government has not abandoned them to the storm, that someone in Washington is awake at all hours wrestling with the rusted machinery of recovery. Roosevelt understands this on an almost instinctive psychological level. He understands that a nation paralyzed by fear needs more than any single correct policy, the felt experience of forward momentum. He uses the presidency as a great emotional lever to lift the national spirit. By the time the 100 days draw to a close, in mid-June of 1933, 15 major pieces of historic legislation have been signed into law, an administrative output that will never again be matched in any comparable span of American governance. The stock market has begun, tentatively, to shake off its lethargy. Bank deposits are flowing back into the system rather than fleeing it. Unemployment remains brutally, heartbreakingly high, and will remain so for years yet. The Great Depression does not end with the 100 days, not by any measure, but something essential has shifted in the very texture of daily life. The terrifying sense of absolute freefall, of a nation spinning out of control with no hand on the wheel, has been permanently replaced by something else: the comforting sense of a government, however imperfect its individual choices, actively wrestling with the monster in full view of the people it serves. Through 1934, this momentum continues, if at a slightly less breathless, manic pace. The Federal Housing Administration emerges to stabilize a home mortgage market in total collapse, preventing millions of families from losing their dwellings. The Securities and Exchange Commission is formally established to regulate Wall Street, with Roosevelt's shocking choice of Joseph P. Kennedy as its very first chairman raising eyebrows among reformers. Kennedy understands market manipulation from the inside, a calculated, pragmatic decision by the president that proves remarkably shrewd. As Franklin puts it, it takes a thief to catch a thief. Labor unrest simmers and occasionally erupts into bloody violence in industrial cities across the country, a stark reminder that the New Deal's early architecture has not yet resolved the deeper structural tensions between corporate capital and organized labor that will define the fierce legislative battles still to come. Roosevelt, watching the rising strike waves from the quiet of the Oval Office, begins to understand that this first wave of emergency programs, however dramatic, is merely the opening movement of something far larger, more contentious, and more permanent: a recognition of structural inequality that will shape the more ambitious, more redistributive Second New Deal still waiting on the political horizon. But for now, in these first 18 months, what matters most is the profound change in the nation's pulse. People who once stood frozen in hopeless breadlines, uncertain whether tomorrow held any improvement at all, now find themselves, however cautiously, listening for the next intimate fireside chat, watching for the next CCC camp opening nearby, and reading newspaper accounts of massive concrete dams rising in the West and rural roads being paved. Fear has not vanished from the land. It will return in different forms, again and again, through the remaining years of economic struggle and the terrifying global war still waiting beyond the horizon. But it has, for this one luminous stretch of American history, been met by a man who understood that the first task of democratic leadership, before any single economic policy, is to convince a frightened people that they are not facing the storm alone in the dark. Chapter 6. Voices by the Hearth, 1935 to 1938. The White House study is quiet in the early evening, save for the low, rhythmic hiss of a radio technician testing thick rubber cables that snake across the Persian carpet like heavy vines, reclaiming an old garden. It is a Sunday in January of 1935, and outside the tall sash windows, Washington has gone the color of cold pewter, the trees along the ellipse stripped bare against a low sky heavy with the threat of winter snow. Franklin Roosevelt sits squarely behind his heavy oak desk, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his thick forearms, a single camel hair cigarette burning low in its long amber holder. Before him lies a single sheet of paper covered in his own slashing dark pencil marks. He does not write his radio speeches so much as carve them, using a soft lead pencil to aggressively slice away complex bureaucratic jargon or any academic phrase that might make him sound like a distant schoolmaster lecturing his students from on high. Tonight, he is rehearsing not dry government policy, but an extraordinary form of political intimacy. He reads a short line aloud, softly, testing its phonetic weight on his tongue, and a silent stenographer sitting in the shadow of the corner watches his lips move as though she is reading scripture. This is the political genius that the American country has not yet fully reckoned with. Not the New Deal's bewildering maze of alphabet agencies, not the emergency relief checks, nor the massive public work projects, but this: a president who has discovered that the modern radio microphone is not a public stadium podium. He understands that it is, instead, a kitchen table. It is a quiet parlor. It is the small, warm space between two armchairs where a tired husband and wife sit after a long supper, the dishes not yet washed, the children sent upstairs to bed, and the day's heavy financial worries finally given room to breathe aloud. Roosevelt understood this fundamental acoustic reality far before his closest advisors did, before the early pollsters did, and before even his own political party fully grasped what it meant for the future of democracy. He does not open his broadcasts by barking, "My fellow Americans," as though addressing a crowded stadium. He simply says, "My friends," and when the black microphone clicks live with a tiny pop, his voice drops into something warmer, slower, and almost conspiratorial, as if he has pulled his wicker chair an inch closer to yours to share a secret. Across the vast width of the nation, in crowded tenements in Cleveland, isolated sod farmhouses in Nebraska, and brick row houses in Baltimore, millions of ordinary people are doing exactly what the broadcast engineers in that small room hope they will do. They are turning their Bakelite radio dials to NBC and CBS, calling their neighbors across the hall to join them, and settling into their worn chairs with the living room lights dimmed low. They gather around the wooden radio box with its glowing amber dial, as though it were an actual crackling fireplace hearth. A farmer in Iowa, his large hands still cracked and bleeding from winter chores, leans his elbows heavily on his knees and listens as though the president were sitting directly across from him, sharing a cup of black coffee. A widow in Pittsburgh, who has not known steady employment or financial security in 3 long years, closes her eyes in the dark and lets the voice wash over her, not because she understands every intricate detail of the legislative battles brewing in Washington, but because the voice itself sounds like a personal guarantee. It sounds like someone with immense power who has not forgotten her name in the crowd. Roosevelt clears his throat once more, glances at the sweeping second hand of the wall clock, and gives a brief nod to the engineer behind the glass. The small red light blinks on. Across millions of miles of copper wire and cold night air, an entire country leans in toward the speaker. He begins to speak of a new kind of security, not the traditional security of massive armies, battleships, or steel borders, but the intimate domestic security of an aging textile mill worker who fears the deep indignity of a pauper's grave. He speaks of the security of a widow left suddenly alone with young children and no steady income, and the security of a proud young man laid off through no fault of his own, wondering how he will buy bread next week. He does not recite dry columns of industrial statistics. He tells small human stories, gives warm faces to cold economic abstractions, and lets the listener fill in the rest of the text with the specific worry already sitting like a stone in their own chest. This emotional connection is the psychological architecture beneath the massive piece of legislation his administration has spent months constructing in the unglamorous, paper-strewn back rooms of the Capitol. It is a bill that will, by the time it is signed into law, permanently change what it means to grow old or fall sick in the United States. The behind-the-scenes negotiations for this bill are anything but soothing or harmonious. In the crowded committee rooms of Congress, the summer air is thick with cigar smoke, sweat, and bitter ideological disagreement. Francis Perkins, the fierce Secretary of Labor, moves between the offices of powerful congressmen with the patient, unyielding persistence of a woman who has spent her entire life being underestimated by men and proving that underestimation wrong. She carries with her endless drafts and typed revisions, fielding sharp objections from conservative Southern legislators who are deeply wary of any federal intrusion into the relationships between employer and laborer. She fends off powerful business interests who see in every new corporate tax a kind of slow, creeping strangulation of free enterprise. There are dark, difficult arguments about who will actually be covered by the new social safety net. Domestic maids and agricultural sharecroppers, who are disproportionately black, are systematically excluded from the earliest legislative drafts of the bill. This is a brutal, calculated compromise driven by the cold political arithmetic of a Congress where conservative Southern Committee chairmen hold absolute, dictatorial power over the legislative flow. It is a compromise that will leave a long, painful shadow over the program's legacy for decades, one that future generations will have to painfully reckon with. Roosevelt knows this trade is morally imperfect, yet he makes the compromise anyway. He calculates that a flawed, imperfect foundation can always be expanded and built upon later, while a bill defeated outright by a Southern filibuster builds absolutely nothing at all for the American people. By August of 1935, the historic bill finally reaches his desk. The signing ceremony itself is remarkable for its absolute lack of grand military pageantry or soaring public oration. There are no crowds pressed against velvet ropes in the East Room, just Roosevelt sitting quietly at his desk in a white linen suit, pen in hand, signing the Social Security Act into law, while a few photographers crouch to catch the flashbulb angle. But the quietness of the moment belies its staggering historical magnitude. For the very first time in the history of the Republic, the federal government has established a permanent floor beneath which old age and poverty will not be allowed to fall. A monthly check, however modest its initial sum, will arrive in the mail not as a humiliating act of state charity, but as a fundamental citizen's right. It is a program paid for by years of small, automatic contributions taken from a worker's own paychecks. A grand collective insurance policy against the cruelties of time and economic misfortune. It will take years before the first checks actually arrive in mailboxes, and longer still before the program expands into its full intended shape. But the revolutionary principle is now etched into the permanent legal architecture of the United States. There is a particular quiet satisfaction that Roosevelt allows himself that evening. Dining with Eleanor in the small family quarters of the mansion, the day's exhausting formalities finally stripped away. He does not gloat or boast. He is, if anything, already turning his restless mind toward the next political battlefield, fully aware that by giving the elderly and the unemployed a measure of permanent federal security, he has also given his conservative opponents a target the size of a barn door. Industrialists and business leaders who had quietly tolerated the early New Deal as a temporary emergency medicine to prevent a communist revolution now see in Social Security something far more permanent and philosophically threatening. They see a total redefinition of the social contract between the citizen and the state, a transformation that many of them regard as nothing less than creeping socialism dressed up in the deceptive language of Christian compassion. The conservative criticism does not stay quiet for long. Newspapers owned by wealthy publishers who despise Roosevelt run savage editorial cartoons depicting the president as a Roman emperor, a Julius Caesar, a dangerous dictator fashioning a crown for himself from the smoking wreckage of free enterprise. The American Liberty League, funded heavily by industrialists from DuPont and General Motors, who once smiled for photographs beside him during the war crisis, now organizes lavish corporate dinners. There, they raise toasts to the United States Constitution, as though it were a wounded, dying relative in desperate need of defending from the tyrannical man in the White House. Roosevelt, when informed of these bitter personal attacks by his aides, reacts not with anger, but with something closer to deep amusement, the particular supreme amusement of a patrician who knows his popular support runs far deeper than his critics' bank accounts. He has, after all, just won re-election in the autumn of 1936 by a historic margin so overwhelming it will become a permanent piece of political legend. He carries every single state in the Union, except for Maine and Vermont, an absolute electoral landslide that leaves the Republican Party stunned, and his own progressive advisers almost giddy with a sense of total vindication. It is this historic landslide, this intoxicating sense of a near-total Democratic mandate, that leads Roosevelt directly toward the single greatest political miscalculation of his long presidency. In the winter of 1937, flush with his victory and deeply frustrated by a conservative Supreme Court that has spent 2 years systematically striking down the centerpieces of his recovery program, the National Recovery Administration gutted, the Agricultural Adjustment Act invalidated, decision after decision handed down by a block of arch-conservative justices whom Roosevelt privately refers to as the 9 old men, he decides the time has come to strike back. He does not consult his usual broad circle of congressional advisors or cabinet members as thoroughly as he should. He works the explosive plan out largely in deep secrecy with a small handful of personal aides, treating it almost as a private campaign rather than a piece of delicate legislation that will require the deep trust of a Congress he has until now commanded with remarkable ease. The plan, when he suddenly unveils it to a stunned cabinet, shocks even his most loyal legislative allies. Citing the advanced age and alleged overwork of the sitting justices, many of whom are well past 70, Roosevelt proposes a bill that would allow him to appoint a new, additional justice for every sitting member of the court who has reached that age and declines to retire, up to a maximum of 6 new appointments. He publicly frames the bill as a matter of judicial efficiency, a simple question of reducing a heavy caseload and improving institutional capability. No one in Washington or the press believes this disingenuous framing for a single moment. It is transparently, unmistakably, a bold plan to pack the Supreme Court with progressive justices sympathetic to his New Deal agenda, outflanking by sheer numerical arithmetic the conservative jurists who have been dismantling his recovery programs piece by piece. The national reaction is immediate, visceral, and overwhelmingly negative, and it comes not only from his usual conservative opponents in the Liberty League, but from deep within his own progressive coalition. It comes from progressive senators who had stood with him through every previous legislative trench fight, and now feel that the president has crossed a sacred constitutional line they had never expected him to approach. In the quiet Senate cloakrooms, men who voted for Social Security, who championed the Wagner Act, and who marched in absolute lockstep with the New Deal through its most radical years, now stand in small clusters. They speak in lowered, anxious voices about executive overreach and about a president who has perhaps begun to believe his own landslide victory entitles him to remake the Republic's permanent institutions rather than merely lead them. Burton K. Wheeler, a fiercely progressive Democrat from Montana who had been a loyal ally for years, becomes one of the court plan's most devastating public opponents. His open rebellion stings Roosevelt far more than any corporate attack from Wall Street ever could. Hoping to salvage the bill, Roosevelt takes to the radio airwaves once more, praying that the same hearthside intimacy that carried Social Security across the finish line might work its magic on the court fight. He explains the court-packing plan in the same warm, unhurried, reassuring cadence, framing it as a matter of simple efficiency, of bringing fresh young blood to tired and aging institutions. But this time, the magic formula falters completely. The American people, who had trusted him implicitly on vital questions of bread, shelter, and old age pensions, prove far less willing to follow him into a murky constitutional battle that smells, however beautifully he dresses it, like a populist president attempting to bend the independent judiciary to his executive will. Thousands of letters pour into the White House mailroom and into congressional offices, many from working-class people who had supported every other piece of the New Deal, expressing a deep discomfort that runs far deeper than policy. They feel that something foundational about the separation of powers itself is being tested in a way that frightens them more than unemployment ever did. And then, in one of the great ironies of American political history, the Supreme Court itself seems to blink in the glare of the conflict. In the spring of 1937, Associate Justice Owen Roberts suddenly begins voting to uphold sweeping New Deal legislation that he had previously helped strike down. A dramatic ideological shift so consequential and so suspiciously timed that it earns its own permanent name among court watchers, the switch in time that saved 9. Whether Roberts acted out of a genuine legal reconsideration of the Commerce Clause or a quiet, pragmatic calculation to save the institutional independence of the court remains a subject of fierce debate among historians for decades. But the practical political effect is immediate and devastating to Roosevelt's bill. Minimum wage laws, the Wagner Labor Relations Act, and eventually Social Security itself are all fully upheld as constitutional, and the emergency justification Roosevelt cited for his plan completely evaporates in the warm spring air. The court-packing bill limps through the halls of Congress for months longer, debated, amended, and gradually drained of all political momentum, until it finally dies an ignominious death in committee that summer. It stands as a rare, unambiguous, and deeply public defeat for a president who had known very few of them since 1932. It is a humbling, darkening season for Franklin Roosevelt, though he would never permit himself to describe it that way, aloud to the press. He emerges from the bitter court fight, having lost not the war for the New Deal, but an incredibly costly political battle. His aura of absolute invincibility has been cracked for the first time since his first inauguration. The powerful conservative coalition that forms in the immediate aftermath of the court fight, made up of Southern Democrats and Midwestern Republicans, finding common cause in their shared suspicion of executive overreach, will haunt the remainder of his domestic presidency. They systematically block and slow the New Deal's momentum, just as a sudden, sharp economic recession in 1937 and 1938 begins to erode many of the substantial economic gains of the preceding years. Industrial production plummets, and unemployment ticks upward once again. Critics who had been completely silenced by the 1936 landslide find their voices once more, shouting from the housetops that the New Deal has failed to cure the underlying disease of capitalism. But even in this harder, more frustrating season of his presidency, the fireside chats continue, and something essential in their execution remains unbroken. When Roosevelt returns to the radio microphone to address the new recession of 1937, his tone carries less of the triumphant swagger of 1933, and far more of the worn, patient endurance of a man who has learned through hard experience the strict boundaries of even a historic popular mandate. He still speaks of friends rather than subjects, and he still pulls his chair close to the nation's collective hearth. But a new note of quiet humility is threaded through the familiar warmth, an implicit acknowledgement that governing a sprawling constitutional democracy means navigating not just the fluid will of the people, but the stubborn, necessary friction of the ancient institutions built to check any single man's ambitions, however well-intentioned they may be. By the close of 1938, the portrait that emerges of Franklin Delano Roosevelt is far more complicated, nuanced, and human than the one Americans carried into his second term. He is still the comforting, resonant voice on the radio, still the great architect of Social Security, and still the leader who gave a panicked, broken country something solid to hold on to in its darkest economic hour. But he is also now a president who has tested the absolute boundaries of his democratic power and found them firmer than he expected. A leader who has learned that even the most trusted voice in America cannot simply will an independent institution into compliance through charm and persuasion alone. The lesson does not diminish his stature, rather it seasons him deeply. It adds to his brilliant political instincts a new wariness, a calculated patience, and a harder edge that will prove absolutely essential in the years ahead. The immense challenges facing the country and the world will soon demand from him not just the comforting warmth of a fireside voice, but the steadier, colder, and far more dangerous calculus of a commander-in-chief preparing, even if he does not yet dare to say it aloud to his friends, for a global war he can already see gathering like a black storm on the horizon. Chapter 7. The Shadow of Global Storms, 1938 to 1941. The autumn light falls long, thin, and amber across the south lawn of the White House, casting the deep shadows of ancient elms against the stone portico. Inside the Oval Office, the president sits immobile behind his heavy desk, which is crowded with naval ship models, stamp albums, and an ever-growing stack of diplomatic cables that seem to grow heavier, colder, and more ominous by the week. It is the tense autumn of 1938. The world beyond America's peaceful shores is beginning to tremble and fracture in a way that very few men in the halls of Congress are yet willing to name aloud. Franklin Roosevelt leans back in his high-backed leather chair, the springs creaking beneath the immense weight of his powerful torso. He lights a Camel cigarette, tilts his chin upward, and studies a detailed map of Central Europe spread flat across his desk. His long fingers trace the vulnerable winding borders of Czechoslovakia, a sovereign, democratic nation whose geopolitical fate is being decided at this very moment, not by its own people, but by a cluster of desperate men gathered in Munich who have just agreed to let Adolf Hitler carve away its strategic industrial edges in the hollow name of peace. Roosevelt does not believe it is peace. He has read too many secret military intelligence reports and listened to too many private warnings from his ambassadors in Berlin and Paris to mistake the Munich Agreement for anything other than a brief, terrifying postponement of global slaughter. But he also knows something else, something that presses down on his shoulders with the particular, unyielding weight of a democracy's collective will. The American people do not want this fight. They remember with a bitter, lasting clarity the grim lessons of the last World War. The mud-soaked trenches, the choking mustard gas, the economic ruin, and the wooden crosses row upon row in France, marking the bodies of American boys who crossed an ocean for a crusade that failed to save the world. Congress, responding directly to this deep national trauma, has passed a series of rigid neutrality acts designed to tie the president's executive hands with deliberate statutory precision. The political mood across the vast expanse of the country, from the auto factory floors of Ohio to the quiet church pews of Kansas, is completely unmistakable. Stay out. Let Europe burn if it must, but let America solve its own lingering economic problems behind the safety of two oceans. Roosevelt understands this intense isolationist sentiment not as mere ignorance or cowardice, but as a deep, unhealed psychological wound from 1917. He respects its democratic legitimacy, even as he begins with exquisite caution to work against its suffocating grip. He picks up his soft lead pencil and begins drafting a series of letters to key congressional committee chairmen. He chooses each word as a sculptor chooses each strike of the chisel, knowing with a master politician's instinct that to move a fraction too fast is to scare the public, fracture his coalition, and lose the room entirely, while to move too slow is to wake up one morning and find the democratic world already lost to totalitarian darkness. By the following autumn, the smoldering wound of Europe becomes a raging global crisis. On the gray morning of September 1, 1939, the White House radio crackles with the terrifying news that German panzer divisions have rolled across the frontier into Poland. Within 48 hours, France and Great Britain declare war on Nazi Germany. Roosevelt sits before a bank of radio microphones in the Oval Office that evening. The room is entirely dark, except for the single green-shaded lamp on his desk, casting long, dramatic shadows against the walls. He listens to the static-laced voices of transatlantic reporters describing the dive bombing of Warsaw, as though it is an abstract tragedy happening in another century, rather than a brutal modern reality just across a narrow ocean. He thinks back to the First World War, to his time serving as Assistant Secretary of the Navy under Woodrow Wilson, a high-minded leader who had promised to keep America out of war, only to be dragged into it by the inexorable tide of global events. Roosevelt looks down at his own thin, polio-stricken legs beneath the desk, completely hidden from the view of the newsreel cameras that are strictly forbidden from photographing him in his vulnerability. He considers the supreme historical irony. A man whose own body cannot walk a single step unassisted has nonetheless been carried by destiny to a position where the survival and walk of an entire free nation depend utterly on his solitary judgment. He calls for his speechwriters, his knuckles white against his cane. He wants to address the panicked country immediately, but he knows his text must walk a razor-thin ideological path. He cannot promise military intervention to save Poland. To do so would trigger immediate impeachment by an isolationist Congress. Yet he cannot promise absolute neutrality of the soul either, not if Western civilization is to endure. What he settles on, after several crumpled drafts are tossed into the wastebasket, is a single, carefully calibrated sentence that will define his foreign policy for the next 2 years. He tells the millions of anxious citizens listening at their radios that even though the United States government will remain strictly neutral in accordance with the law, he cannot ask that every individual American remain neutral in thought as well. It is a brilliant, near-surgical phrase, designed to allow public sympathy for the Allies to grow naturally in American hearts, while the law officially keeps American soldiers safely at home. In the anxious weeks that follow, he begins the slow, monumental administrative work of building what he will eventually call the arsenal of democracy. But in the winter of 1939, that grand phrase has not yet come to him fully formed. For now, the steps are smaller, quieter, and deeply bureaucratic. He quietly summons the titans of American industry to Washington, the men who run the massive automobile assembly plants in Detroit, the roaring steel mills in Pittsburgh, and the sprawling shipyards along both the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. He sits across from these corporate executives in private rooms thick with blue cigar smoke and tells them, in plain, unvarnished language, that the United States must immediately begin to build. Not for foreign war, he is exceptionally careful to emphasize to the press, but for preparedness. For hemispheric defense. The semantic distinction matters enormously to a nation still deeply haunted by the ghosts of trench warfare. Roosevelt knows that the word defense can carry an immense moral and political weight that the word war cannot. He leverages the deep fear of Nazi expansion to convince a skeptical Congress to gradually loosen the cash and carry restrictions of the Neutrality Acts, allowing Britain and France to buy American munitions, provided they pay in gold and transport the goods on their own ships. He watches with a quiet executive satisfaction as factory floors that had spent a decade stamping out civilian car fenders and shiny chrome bumpers begin, layout by layout, to retool for military production. Industrial engineers redraw complex blueprints under the watchful eye of federal inspectors. Conveyor belts that once moved to the gentle rhythm of domestic consumer demand now begin to accelerate to the frantic tempo of global survival, though the true scale of the mobilization is still left largely unspoken in public. He visits a massive aviation plant outside of Detroit in the freezing winter of 1940, stepping carefully with the heavy assistance of his locked leg braces, a sturdy cane, and the iron arm of a military aide. As he moves slowly along the assembly line, hundreds of workers pause their tools to watch him pass, mesmerized by his presence. He stops regularly to shake hands, to ask a machinist his name, and to inquire about the tolerances of a new engine part. There is something luminous in his presence, the booming warmth of his voice, the way his eyes seem to hold a reassuring private joke even amid the immense gravity of the moment, that makes the ordinary factory workers feel as though they are personal co-conspirators in a grand historical drama. He has always possessed this unique patrician gift, the rare ability to make a single 10-second handshake feel like an intimate conversation between two old friends, and he deploys it now with deliberate, calculated purpose. He understands better than any industrialist that a true national arsenal is not built of steel alone. It is built of collective human will. In June of 1940, the unthinkable occurs. France collapses under the weight of the German blitzkrieg. The catastrophic news arrives over the White House wire, and Roosevelt receives it not as a distant geopolitical abstraction, but as a physical blow that makes him go completely still and pale in his chair. Paris is under goose-stepping German occupation. The French democracy is dead. Great Britain stands entirely alone, with nothing but a narrow strip of gray channel water separating its shores from a Nazi empire bent on the total destruction of the English-speaking world. Roosevelt thinks of Winston Churchill, the newly installed British Prime Minister, a man whose gravelly, defiant voice on the shortwave radio carries a kind of poetic bulldog majesty. Roosevelt begins drafting a regular stream of top-secret private correspondence between the two of them, signing his cables simply as former naval person. It is a clandestine relationship that will quickly mature into one of the most consequential friendships in modern world history. But in the summer of 1940, it consists only of careful probing letters, each leader testing how far the other can be trusted, and how far the domestic politics of the other can be safely pushed. Britain desperately needs warships to hunt German U-boats in the Atlantic. It needs fighter planes, anti-aircraft guns, and the basic raw material of industrial war. Crucially, Britain has, by the end of 1940, completely run out of gold reserves to pay for any of it. Roosevelt understands that this is a terrifying double problem of both military practicality and domestic politics. The strict letter of the Neutrality Acts and the deep isolationist entrenchment of Congress make a simple, outright gift of American military arms to a foreign power a legal impossibility. He spends long, silent evenings in his private study, smoking his cigarette through its tilted holder, turning the legal problem over and over in his mind like a man examining a complex puzzle, searching for the singular angle that will allow him to lift the burden without breaking the Constitution. The historic answer comes to him, according to his close secretary, Missy LaHand, almost like a simple parable. He tells himself to make a massive, revolutionary idea instantly digestible to the common citizen. He imagines a neighbor's house catching fire, and a common garden hose coiled up in his own yard. If his neighbor's home is burning down, he does not stop to sell him the hose. He does not haggle over the cash price or demand a contract. He lends the neighbor the hose to put out the fire, with the plain understanding that when the crisis is over, the hose will be returned intact, or replaced if it has been ruined in the service. He brings this homespun, domestic analogy directly to a crowded White House press conference in December of 1940. He stands before the cynical assembled reporters with the absolute ease of a country squire telling a story by a winter fireplace, rather than a leader announcing a radical executive policy that will permanently shatter America's historic isolation from foreign conflicts. The homely image works precisely as he calculated. It instantly transforms an abstract, legally complex, and politically dangerous foreign policy into something every ordinary American can understand from their own front porch, their own yard, and their own basic sense of human decency toward a neighbor in deep trouble. This is the birth of Lend-Lease. Getting the bill through a fractured Congress is its own brutal, months-long military campaign, fought inch by inch in crowded committee rooms and on the polarized floors of the House and Senate through the early months of 1941. Roosevelt does not appear in person at the hearings to testify. Instead, he operates from the shadows the way he has always worked best, through trusted legislative allies, through carefully timed telephone calls to wavering senators, and through the quiet, immense pressure of a president who has already captured the public's imagination through his fireside chats. He turns that same plain-spoken, democratic trust toward convincing a deeply divided legislature. Fierce isolationist senators rise on the Senate floor to denounce Bill 1776 as a treasonous step toward dictatorship and foreign war, dressed up in the deceptive language of neighborly charity. Roosevelt listens to the daily reports of these isolationist speeches with a grim, tight-lipped patience that masks his deep internal urgency. He believes, with a fierce conviction that has only deepened since the betrayal at Munich, that the totalitarian fire raging across the Atlantic Ocean will not stay neatly contained to Europe's borders forever. He knows that if Britain falls, America will be left marooned, a lonely democratic island surrounded by a hostile global empire. In March of 1941, the legislative battle ends. The bill passes both houses, and Lend-Lease officially becomes the law of the land. Within a matter of weeks, American factories that had once built refrigerators, radios, and family sedans are running 3 shifts a day, turning out olive-drab tanks, fighter aircraft, and millions of rounds of ammunition destined for British ports. Payment will come much later, in kind or in strategic cooperation, rather than in the cash dollars that Britain simply does not possess. Roosevelt signs the historic document at his desk, flashing a triumphant grin for the cameras. It is the quiet satisfaction of a master politician who has moved a massive mountain of public opinion by convincing an entire nation that the mountain was never really there to begin with, that it was only a simple hose in a yard, lent to a brave neighbor in need. But even as this great foreign policy victory settles into law, another intense, silent battle is unfolding within the private architecture of Roosevelt himself. This conflict has absolutely nothing to do with European battlefields, and everything to do with the unwritten, sacred rules of American democracy. No president in the history of the Republic has ever sought a third term in office. George Washington had firmly declined a third term, not because the text of the Constitution explicitly forbade it, for at this point in history, no constitutional amendment yet exists to limit presidential tenure, but because he believed a peaceful, regular transfer of executive power was itself a vital democratic monument, far more lasting than any single term of office. Every single president since Washington had honored that sacred precedent, and by the summer of 1940, the 2-term limit has calcified in the American mind into something ancient, sacred, and untouchable, an unwritten law as binding as any statute on the books. Roosevelt wrestles with this historic question through the sweltering spring and summer of 1940. Those closest to him describe a man genuinely torn in his soul, not merely performing a public display of reluctance for political effect, though he is certainly shrewd enough to understand how a posture of humility plays to the voters. He has, after all, already accomplished the broad, historic strokes of what he set out to do with the New Deal. A deep, weary part of his spirit longs for retirement, for the absolute quiet of his library at Hyde Park, for long afternoons organizing his stamp collection, and for mornings free of code cables describing the violent collapse of distant nations. He speaks of this genuine longing to Eleanor in the quiet evenings, his voice carrying a profound physical fatigue that the public never sees, a deep tiredness that comes not from his withered legs, but from 8 years spent carrying the terrifying anxieties of a nation on his back. Yet, the world outside his window continues to catch fire. France has fallen. Britain stands entirely alone beneath the nightly, terrifying drone of German bombers. Roosevelt looks at the ambitious men within his own party who desire to succeed him, men like James Farley or Cordell Hull, weighs their lack of executive crisis experience against the gathering global storm, and concludes, with that particular seamless blend of patrician humility and supreme self-certainty that has always characterized his ego, that this is simply not a year for an inexperienced hand to take the helm of the Republic. He decides, finally, that he will accept a third nomination if his party forces it upon him, though he insists, with a theatrical reluctance that nonetheless reflects a deeper truth, that he will not spend a single ounce of political energy actively campaigning for it. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago, that July, becomes the stage for one of the most bizarre and memorable pieces of theater in American political history. Roosevelt remains physically in Washington, flatly refusing to appear at the convention in person, allowing the chaotic floor to seem, at least outwardly, like a spontaneous, unforced eruption of democratic demand for his continued leadership. During a moment of deadlocked silence in the hall, a booming voice suddenly erupts through the massive loudspeakers from the basement of the convention center. It is the Chicago Superintendent of Sewers, acting under secret orders from Roosevelt's floor managers, shouting into a microphone over and over, "We want Roosevelt? New York wants Roosevelt. The world wants Roosevelt." The delegates, electrified by the chant, suddenly flood the central aisles, marching and waving banners in what appears to the national radio audience to be a completely unscripted explosion of popular enthusiasm. In truth, Roosevelt's inner circle had meticulously arranged the entire choreography from a hidden room in the convention hotel. He formally accepts the historic nomination by a midnight radio address delivered from the Oval Office, his voice steady, his words carefully calibrated to present him as a reluctant soldier answering the absolute call of civic duty, rather than a politician who had shaped that very call from the beginning. The general election campaign that follows, against the dynamic Republican challenger Wendell Willkie, is fought entirely against the terrifying backdrop of a Europe increasingly engulfed in fire. Willkie, to his immense historical credit, refuses to exploit isolationist fear, largely supporting Roosevelt's efforts to provide aid to Great Britain. Consequently, the campaign becomes less a debate over foreign policy than a fierce referendum on the ancient, unwritten tradition Roosevelt is preparing to shatter. Roosevelt travels extensively by train through the crisp autumn, standing on the rear brass platform of his private car in city after city, his fedora tipped back, his smile wide and defiant despite the dark exhaustion that creeps into the corners of his eyes by November. Under intense pressure from his political advisors, who warn that he is losing ground to Willkie in the isolationist Midwest, he delivers a speech in Boston containing a fateful promise, a line that will later severely complicate his historical legacy, but one that he believes, in that frantic campaign moment, is necessary to save his presidency. He looks out at the crowd and declares, "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." He wins the election in November with a comfortable electoral margin, though it is noticeably narrower than his previous landslides of 1932 and 1936. As the new year of 1941 begins, he stands once more on the snow-dusted Capitol steps to take a presidential oath that no American citizen has ever taken 3 times before him. The crowd that gathers in the freezing wind is noticeably smaller and more subdued than during past inaugurations, quieted by both the bitter January cold and a deep, inspoken national awareness that American history is bending permanently in this moment. The great precedent set by George Washington has finally, deliberately, been set aside by a leader who believes that the gathering darkness in Europe leaves the Republic with no honorable alternative. In the tense, exhausting months that follow his third inauguration, Roosevelt watches the battle maps with a kind of grim, hyper-focused attention that rarely leaves his face even in his private moments with family. Lend-Lease shipments are now crossing the Atlantic in massive daily numbers, escorted increasingly by American naval destroyers that edge closer and closer to what can only be described as undeclared, active combat with German forces. He authorizes these naval escorts with immense care, incrementally pushing the line, each tactical step measured precisely against the shifting mood of a Congress and a public still deeply wary of full military involvement. In August of 1941, he travels secretly aboard the cruiser USS Augusta to meet Winston Churchill face-to-face for the very first time as leaders, anchoring in a foggy, isolated bay off the coast of Newfoundland. The two men stand together on the quarterdeck of the British battleship HMS Prince of Wales for a joint Sunday church service, surrounded by sailors from both navies. Their voices join together in old Christian hymns, whose words carry a massive historical weight that neither man dares speak aloud to the press. From this historic secret meeting comes the Atlantic Charter, a profound, joint statement of democratic principles for the post-war world, drafted before the United States has even formally entered the conflict. It is a document that reveals exactly how far Roosevelt's private moral convictions have already traveled beyond his necessary public caution. By the late autumn of 1941, the leader who had once insisted to Boston crowds that he sought no foreign wars finds himself presiding over a vast nation that is, in nearly every practical and industrial sense, already actively at war in the North Atlantic, even as it has not yet formally declared itself so to the world. American destroyers are actively exchanging depth charges and torpedoes with German submarines in the icy waters off Iceland. The massive factories he had toured back in 1940 now hum with a deafening energy around the clock. Their industrial output measured no longer in civilian cars sold, but in thousands of tanks, planes, and artillery pieces shipped across the seas. He sits alone in his study at the White House in the quiet evenings, his ivory cigarette holder tilted at its familiar, defiant angle, looking out through the bulletproof glass toward a darkened capital city. It is a nation that does not yet know how close the storm has truly come to its shores, nor how soon it will arrive, not from the bloody waters of the Atlantic, but from the clear blue skies of a distant Pacific harbor whose name, in these final precious weeks of peace, still means absolutely nothing at all to the millions of citizens he leads. Chapter 8. The Day of Infamy, 1941-1942. The morning sun rises pale gold and unhurried over the vast expanse of the mid-Pacific, gilding the mirror-like waters of Oahu with a deceptive tropical calm. It is Sunday, December 7th, 1941. On the island, young sailors stretch lazily in their bunks, white church bells wait to ring for morning services, and the great gray battleships of the United States Pacific Fleet sit moored in neat peaceful pairs along the coast of Ford Island. They rest like sleeping steel giants, utterly unaware that the modern world is about to violently detonate around their hulls. Nearly 5,000 miles away, inside the second-floor Oval study of the White House, Franklin Delano Roosevelt has just finished a quiet, informal lunch of creamed eggs at his desk with his closest advisor and gaunt political confidant, Harry Hopkins. The two men sit surrounded by naval blueprints and the warm afternoon light filtering through the tall sash windows, discussing nothing more urgent than the frustrating texture of the ongoing diplomatic negotiations with the Japanese Empire. For months these talks have moved like cold molasses, full of careful words from Ambassador Nomura and increasingly careless intentions from the military regime in Tokyo. Roosevelt does not yet know that less than 20 minutes from this very quiet moment, his presidency, his country, and the global arena will permanently fracture into an absolute before and an after. The telephone on his desk rings with an abrasive suddenness. It is precisely 1:40 in the afternoon, Washington time. Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox's voice crackles through the receiver, strained with a high pitch of bureaucratic disbelief that has not yet curdled into full, paralyzing horror. "Mr. President," Knox gasps out, "it looks like the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor." Roosevelt's large hand instantly tightens around the black plastic receiver. There is a profound beat, just one silent second, in which the commander-in-chief absorbs the impossible. Pearl Harbor is the western bastion, the impregnable stronghold, the one tropical place where American naval power is supposed to be completely unassailable. And yet, within minutes, the high-priority radio reports trickling into the room speak of roaring flames and black oil smoke blotting out the Hawaiian sun, of low-flying torpedo planes skimming the harbor water, and of the battleship USS Arizona buckling and disintegrating beneath a cataclysmic magazine explosion so violent it seems to crack the sky open. Roosevelt's face, those in the room will later recall to history, does not collapse into panic, nor does his famous smile falter into despair. Instead, his jaw visibly hardens, not with a sudden physical fear, but with a terrible, icy, and hyper-focused intellectual clarity. He immediately calls for Grace Tully, his personal secretary, and begins dictating rapid-fire instructions to the military commands, even as the staggering casualty figures continue to climb over the naval wire. The scope of the disaster reveals itself in agonizing, bloody increments throughout the afternoon. 18 major warships damaged, capsized, or torn open by bombs. Nearly 200 frontline combat aircraft completely demolished on the airfields, many of them lined up wingtip to wingtip, by commanders terrified of local sabotage, never given the chance to turn a propeller. And the catastrophic human cost: over 2,400 American lives instantly extinguished in the span of less than 120 minutes. Sailors and soldiers who had woken up that morning expecting nothing more dramatic than a quiet tropical Sunday. By 8 o'clock that evening, the full cabinet has gathered in the smoke-filled Oval Office, their faces drawn, gray and hollowed out. The room is thick with a heavy, suffocating silence that is punctuated only by the regular rhythmic rustle of incoming telegrams from the War Department. Eleanor Roosevelt watches her husband from across the crowded room, noting a profound, almost evolutionary change in his physical posture. There is no trace of invalid despair in his frame, but rather a deep, fatal settling, as though some long-anticipated, inevitable historical burden has finally terribly arrived at his doorstep. In its arrival, it has instantly clarified his life's ultimate purpose. For years, Roosevelt has walked a treacherous, agonizing political tightrope, aiding Great Britain through Lend-Lease and supporting China against brutal Japanese aggression, all while a substantial roaring portion of the American public clung fiercely to isolationism, determined that the wide oceans would shield them from the slaughter of Europe and Asia. That political tightrope has just been cleanly severed by a foreign blade. There is no more balancing left to do. The arguments are over. That night, Roosevelt retreats briefly from his advisors to the quiet of his study. There, completely alone but for the company of his own thoughts and his amber cigarette holder, he begins to draft the short text of what will become one of the most consequential speeches in American history. He does not reach for elaborate poetic language, nor does he invoke the complex theories of international law. He does not need to. The raw facts themselves carry their own thunder. He writes the opening line out by hand with a fountain pen, testing words, crossing them out, until he settles on a single adjective that will echo through centuries of human history. He originally writes a date which will live in world history, but he crosses out world history and inserts a darker, heavier word. He writes a date which will live in infamy. He underlines it firmly. He knows, even in this moment of raw national shock, that presidential words are weapons of war, that a panicked nation needs to be told not just what has occurred, but precisely what it means morally and what must come next. The following day, December 8th, the Capitol building fills to absolute capacity with senators, representatives, and foreign diplomats, their faces taut with a volatile mixture of anger, shock, and sudden resolve. Eleanor sits silently in the gallery, her dark-gloved hands folded tightly in her lap, watching her husband slowly enter the packed House chamber. He leans heavily on the iron arm of his eldest son, James, who wears his Marine Corps uniform, his black steel leg braces locked rigidly beneath his trousers. Each heavy step forward is a monumental act of physical will, disguised by the magnificent angle of his head as nothing more than a confident president walking to a podium. The room rises in a deafening ovation. Roosevelt reaches the walnut lectern, grips its edges with both white-knuckled hands to anchor his swaying body, and begins to speak to the microphones. His voice, that famous instrument of calm, sunlit reassurance that had carried the nation through bank failures and Midwestern dust storms, now carries something completely different, a sharp, metallic edge of righteous Old Testament fury beneath the smooth patrician polish. He speaks for barely 7 minutes, but in those 7 minutes of clipped, powerful prose, he permanently transforms a wounded, bleeding nation into a unified continent girded for total war. When he finishes his final sentence, the chamber does not merely applaud, it lets out a primal, collective roar. Within the hour, Congress votes, with only a single dissenting voice from a pacifist representative, to declare a formal state of war against the Empire of Japan. But Roosevelt knows, even as the ink dries on that historic declaration, that Japan is only one half of the terrifying global equation. The true strategic danger to Western civilization wears a different uniform and speaks a different language. It is the mechanized war machine of Adolf Hitler, currently grinding across the frozen steppes of Russia with a terrifying industrialized fury. The urgent question of whether America's Pacific anger will extend westward to the European theater hangs unanswered over a divided Washington. Roosevelt does not have to wait long for history to solve his dilemma. 4 days later, on December 11th, Hitler himself blindly cuts the knot. In a fit of megalomaniacal arrogance and monumental strategic miscalculation, the German dictator formally declares war on the United States. Roosevelt, reading the incoming wire report in the quiet of the Oval Office, allows himself a rare fleeting moment, a tiny flicker of something that his secretary recognizes as pure relief. The geopolitical path is now completely clear of political roadblocks. America's fight is no longer a localized Pacific skirmish for imperial vengeance. It is a total, global crusade against totalitarianism, and Roosevelt intends to fight it as one, marshaling the entire energy of the American continent. What follows over the subsequent months is an economic and social transformation so vast, so total, and so frantic that it completely redraws the physical geography of American industrial capitalism. Roosevelt immediately summons the titans of Detroit, Pittsburgh, and Wall Street back to the White House. He looks them in the eye and tells them, in terms that are both patricianly gentle and completely unyielding, that their private factories now belong entirely to the war effort. The free market is suspended. Consumer production is frozen by executive fiat. Detroit's massive assembly lines, which had spent decades producing chrome convertibles and family station wagons, are completely gutted and retooled within a matter of weeks to produce heavy tanks, artillery, and B-24 bombers. Roosevelt set staggering, seemingly impossible production targets for the first year of the war, demanding 60,000 combat aircraft and 45,000 tanks, a number so audacious that his own military advisors blanch in horror and privately whisper that the president has lost his mind. And then, astonishingly, the mobilized nation exceeds those very targets. Millions of women who have never before worked outside the home step boldly into the roaring shipyards, the munitions plants, and the aircraft factories, their hands quickly learning the industrial rhythms of pneumatic riveting and oxyacetylene welding. Their overalls and bandana-clad faces are soon to be immortalized in the culture's collective memory as Rosie the Riveter. The chronic, structural mass unemployment that the Great Depression had carved so deeply into the American landscape for 12 long years completely evaporates almost overnight. It is cured, not by any peacetime New Deal reform program, but by the insatiable, all-consuming and multi-billion-dollar demands of total global war. Roosevelt understands a fundamental truth that many of his conventional generals do not yet fully grasp. This war will ultimately be decided not by tactical maneuvers on a single battlefield, but in the factory mills, in the deep slipways of the shipyards, and in the steady, relentless hum of an industrial output that no other combination of nations on Earth can ever hope to match. He becomes, in these frantic months of 1942, less the political architect of domestic recovery, and more the supreme chief executive of the great arsenal of democracy. He travels rarely now, his physical world shrinking to the map-lined walls of the White House. He sits behind his desk, surrounded by massive charts pinned with tiny colored flags that track the movement of fleets and divisions across vast oceans he will never personally cross on his own legs. Each morning, he reviews top-secret intelligence reports with the same careful, analytical attention he once gave to banking reform and terror. And each evening, he retires to his study to absorb the crushing psychological weight of decisions that will directly determine the survival or death of millions of young men. It is during this high-stakes period of mobilization that Roosevelt's relationship with Winston Churchill deepens into something truly extraordinary. Not merely an alliance of convenience between two states, but a genuine, deeply affectionate, yet intensely complicated partnership between two master architects of history. Churchill, ever impatient, volcanic, and eager for American steel, arrives in Washington aboard a British warship just weeks after the Pearl Harbor disaster, settling directly into the family quarters of the White House for a marathon of military negotiations stretching across the entire Christmas season of 1941. The two leaders, so wildly different in their daily temperaments, Roosevelt always patrician, measured and calculated, Churchill volcanic, theatrical, and fueled by champagne, find a remarkable synchronized rhythm. They dine together late into the night, fine cigars and brandy, fueling intense conversations that drift seamlessly between grand global strategy and personal historical anecdotes. Eleanor Roosevelt recalls in her memoirs finding the Prime Minister wandering the dimly lit White House corridors at odd hours of the night, sometimes entirely naked or in little more than a silk robe, dictating urgent military memoranda to bleary-eyed British secretaries at 3 a.m, while Roosevelt, far more disciplined in his physical habits, nonetheless matches Churchill's intellectual intensity when it comes to the concrete matters at hand. It is during these intense December midnight conversations that the two men forge what will become known to history as the Europe First strategy, a joint military decision of immense strategic wisdom and massive political risk. Despite the undeniable fact that it was the Japanese Empire that had struck the treacherous first blow at Pearl Harbor, and despite the raw, roaring fury of the American public demanding immediate total vengeance in the waters of the Pacific, Roosevelt and Churchill calmly agree that Nazi Germany represents the far greater existential threat to the free world. If Britain or Russia falls to Hitler, the war is lost. Therefore, they decree that the bulk of American industrial and military resources must flow westward, first toward defeating the German army, while the Pacific theater is held in a grim defensive holding action. It is a decision that requires Roosevelt to exercise a supreme amount of political courage. He must explain to an angry American public, still bleeding from the wound of Hawaii, why their draft sons are being sent first to fight in the deserts of North Africa and the hills of Europe, rather than to avenge the fleet in the Pacific. He does so in his radio addresses with the same calm, unshakable conviction that carried the nation through the darkest winter of 1933, trusting completely that the public will follow his lead into the dark, and trusting correctly. From these historic December meetings emerges a grand formal architecture for the global alliance itself. On New Year's Day, 1942, representatives of 26 Allied nations gather in the White House to sign a historic document that Roosevelt himself names the Declaration of the United Nations. The document legally binds the Allied powers to a common, unyielding purpose, the complete, unconditional defeat of the Axis powers, and a sacred pledge that no nation among them will ever negotiate a separate peace with Hitler or Tokyo. It is Roosevelt who insists on this specific phrase, United Nations, envisioning even amid the chaotic disaster of the war's opening months, a permanent post-war structure that might extend far beyond the immediate demands of military survival. He sees a global framework for international law that could permanently outlast the guns and the grief. Churchill signs the historic declaration with evident satisfaction, recognizing in his American friend a deep strategic genius that extends far beyond the immediate horizon. Yet, even as this grand alliance takes shape on elegant Washington paper, the actual war's opening months deliver blow after sobering catastrophic blow to the Allied cause. In the Pacific, outnumbered American and Filipino forces under General Douglas MacArthur are systematically pushed back into the mud of the Bataan Peninsula and the Rock of Corregidor. Besieged, starving, and ravaged by malaria, their eventual, inevitable mass surrender in the spring looms as a dark, agonizing tragedy that Roosevelt can do absolutely nothing to prevent. He can only watch from a distance of thousands of miles, enduring the public humiliation from his desk. In the Atlantic, German U-boat captains launch Operation Drumbeat, prowling perilously close to the American eastern coastline. They sink hundreds of Allied merchant vessels within sight of horrified beachgoers in Florida and the Carolinas, turning the American coast into a graveyard of burning oil and twisted metal. It is a stark, terrifying reminder to the public that the great ocean Roosevelt had once relied upon to shield the Republic has become instead a lethal hunting ground. Roosevelt absorbs each strategic setback with the same mask of outward composure that has defined his public character for a decade. Yet those closest to him begin to observe the devastating physical toll these months exact. The lines of fatigue are etching deeper into his face. His eyes are often sunken and hollow. His working hours extend far into the night, and the full weight of a global crusade settles heavily onto shoulders that have already spent 20 years in a silent, exhausting physical struggle against his own paralysis. There is, too, a darker, far more tragic chapter unfolding within American borders during these exact same paranoid months of 1942, one that will trouble the democratic conscience of the nation for generations to come. In February of 1942, operating within a toxic domestic climate of wartime panic, media sensationalism, and deep-seated West Coast racial prejudice inflamed by the shock of Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt signs Executive Order 9066. The order officially authorizes the military to forcibly evacuate and intern over 110,000 Japanese Americans, the vast majority of them loyal United States citizens by birth, into bleak, barbed wire camps scattered across the barren American interior. It is a decision born of military panic and intense political pressure from West Coast governors, one that Roosevelt makes with far less legal or moral deliberation than he brings to his economic choices. He chooses to trust the flawed counsel of xenophobic military advisors like General John DeWitt, who argue, without a shred of actual intelligence evidence, that the West Coast faces an imminent threat of Japanese sabotage and fifth-column invasion. History will judge this executive action harshly, an indelible stain upon a presidency otherwise defined by its magnificent expansion of American compassion, inclusion, and human rights. It stands as a warning that even leaders capable of the greatest historical vision remain capable of grave constitutional error when fear and racial panic are permitted to cloud executive judgment. Still, the relentless machinery of industrial mobilization continues its massive advance across the land. By the late spring of 1942, the American capitalist economy has transformed beyond all recognition. Factories that had stood dead and silent during the worst years of the Depression now run 3 shifts around the clock, their windows glowing through the night. Strict rationing becomes an everyday fact of civilian life. Ordinary families willingly trade in their tin cans, sugar rations, and rubber tires, planting vegetable victory gardens in their suburban backyards and vacant city lots. Each small domestic sacrifice is woven tightly into a larger tapestry of national purpose. Roosevelt, ever attuned to the critical importance of national morale, takes to the airwaves with a series of vital fireside chats. His voice once again finds its way into millions of darkened living rooms across the country, explaining the immense stakes of the global war, not an abstract military strategy, but in plain terms that a Midwestern factory worker or a farmer's wife can grasp and carry into their daily labor. He speaks candidly of hard sacrifice and long casualty lists ahead, but he speaks too with an unshakable prophetic inevitability, projecting a deep certainty even in moments when the actual military outcome remains genuinely uncertain, that the Allied democracies will ultimately prevail over tyranny. In April of 1942, a small, beautiful flicker of military vengeance arrives to lift the national spirit in the form of Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle's audacious bombing raid on Tokyo itself. 16 twin-engine B-25 bombers are launched from the short deck of the aircraft carrier USS Hornet, striking the Japanese capital in a daring mission of far more symbolic than strategic weight. Yet, the raid lands with a profound, shocking psychological force on both sides of the Pacific, proving to Tokyo that they are vulnerable to American wings. Roosevelt receives the news of the raid's success in the Oval Office with a quiet, triumphant satisfaction, understanding instinctively that in total war, civilian morale can prove just as decisive as steel munitions. When eager White House reporters press him for the specific secret origin point of the bombers, desperate for tactical details he refuses to provide to the enemy, Roosevelt deflects the question with a flash of his classic wit. He grins, tilts his cigarette holder, and tells the microphones that the brave planes had flown directly from Shangri-La, the mythical hidden mountain paradise of popular fiction. It is a small, playful joke that nonetheless signals to the entire world his absolute command of the historical narrative. It proves his understanding that even amid the gravest, most dangerous circumstances of global war, a touch of brilliant theater can sustain the spirit of a free nation. By the time the sweltering summer of 1942 approaches, the grand contours of the global war Roosevelt will fight for the remainder of his life have taken their essential, unyielding shape. The Europe First strategy stands firm against all domestic political pressure. The arsenal of democracy hums with an ever-increasing, deafening industrial output, churning out the thousands of Liberty ships, tanks, and aircraft that will eventually overwhelm the Axis powers through sheer material weight. The historic alliance with Winston Churchill, tested and strengthened through those long December nights of intense negotiation, has become the central, unbreakable axis around which the strategy of the free world will turn. And Roosevelt himself, the man who had once entered public life promising nothing more than a domestic New Deal for the forgotten man, has been completely transformed by destiny into something else entirely. He has become the supreme commander of a global crusade, his long presidency now indistinguishable from the war itself, his personal fate and the ultimate fate of human freedom bound together in a historic partnership that neither he nor time will ever fully unwind. Chapter 9. Commander of the Global Front, 1943-1944. The desert night settles over Tehran like a held breath, heavy with the sense of wood smoke, diesel exhaust, and ancient stone. It is the final week of November 1943, and the Persian capital, historically a dusty, sprawling crossroads for silk merchants and camel caravans, has been abruptly transformed into the most heavily fortified, hyper-secure sanctuary on Earth. Soviet Red Army soldiers, their bayonets gleaming under the dim street lamps, stand shoulder to shoulder along the flat clay rooftops. American military jeeps idle nervously at intersections that had never before seen anything faster than a wooden cart. In the absolute center of this armed perimeter, behind the high brick walls of the Soviet embassy compound, 3 men are gathering around a green felt table to decide the military trajectory of the Second World War and the geopolitical architecture of the global peace that will follow it. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is wheeled slowly through the long, drafty embassy corridor in his custom-built, low-backed mahogany chair. His physical aide grips the handles behind him, while the president carefully arranges his face into that easy, sunlit, and unbothered expression he has spent a lifetime perfecting before the public eye. No one observing him in this dim hallway would ever guess the immense, exhausting physical effort behind that mask of calm. They would not see the months of tortuous bureaucratic planning, the terrifying security risks that his Secret Service detail begged him to reconsider, or the grueling, multi-day aerial journey across oceans and continents that brought him here. He is the first sitting American president ever to leave the United States during an active wartime emergency, and the physical toll on his paralyzed body is severe. Yet he had absolute, unyielding intent on coming. He had specifically insisted on residing inside the Soviet compound itself rather than the more secure, distant American legation. A brilliant, calculated gesture of diplomatic trust extended directly toward a man he has never met in person, a man whose enigmatic, blood-soaked history he does not yet fully comprehend, Joseph Stalin. The Soviet dictator is already pacing the conference room when Roosevelt's chair is rolled through the double doors. Stocky, low-slung, and clad in a plain, unadorned military tunic, Stalin moves with a quiet, deliberate slowness. His heavy-lidded eyes shift without his head seeming to turn at all, taking the measure of the paralyzed American president the way a suspicious horse trader takes the measure of a prize stallion. Roosevelt immediately tilts his chin up, flashes his famous broad Hyde Park smile, and extends his hand. Stalin takes it in a brief, calloused grip. For a profound, historic moment, the two most powerful men on the planet size each other up across a few feet of Persian carpet, while Winston Churchill, arriving moments later with a fat cigar already burning between his lips, watches the encounter with the wary, anxious fondness of an aging romantic. Churchill has waited his entire prime ministership for a grand alliance of this magnitude, and yet, looking at the spatial dynamics of the room, he already senses, with a cold historical correctness, that he is about to become its third wheel. The geopolitical reality of 1943 was rapidly asserting itself. The United States and the Soviet Union were emerging as the twin titans of the mid-century world, leaving a financially exhausted British Empire trapped between their competing visions for the post-war era. Roosevelt has traveled to Tehran with a singular, unyielding purpose, one he has carried in his mind for months, turning it over the way a sculptor examines a raw block of marble before the first strike of the chisel. He desperately needs Stalin's concrete commitment, not vague diplomatic hedging, not polite, reassuring communiques, but an absolute ironclad military promise that the Soviet Union will maintain its staggering pressure on Hitler's armies along the bloody Eastern Front while the Western Allies launch a massive cross-channel invasion. More than that, Roosevelt is already looking past the horizon of victory. He needs to begin laying the foundational bricks for what happens after the global shooting stops. A permanent international structure, an organization he calls the United Nations, that might keep the planet from tearing itself apart again 20 years down the road the way it did after the failures of Versailles. To achieve this, Roosevelt deploys a personal strategy for managing the paranoid Soviet dictator that his own traditional State Department diplomats would have flagged as dangerously reckless. He decides, with the supreme calculating warmth that has carried him through 3 successful terms of domestic American politics, that he will personally charm Joseph Stalin. He intentionally isolates Churchill during the informal sessions, teasing the British Prime Minister openly in front of the Soviet delegation. He needles the proud Englishman about his Victorian formality, his aristocratic cigars, and his stubborn 19th-century British colonial instincts. These small, playful jabs, delivered with a theatrical wink, draw an unexpected rare loosening in Stalin's stiff expression. The charm offensive works with surgical precision. By the second night of the summit, Stalin's cold detachment melts. He leans his stocky frame toward Roosevelt at the dinner table, sharing a quiet joke through an interpreter and watching the American president with a keen, genuine interest. Churchill, for his part, endures this public teasing with a gritted, red-faced patience, understanding even as it stings his immense pride that Roosevelt is playing a far longer, more dangerous game than wounded personal vanity. Around the grand conference table, the true grinding work of global command unfolds. Massive military maps are spread flat across the green felt cloth, pinned down by heavy brass ashtrays. Colored markers indicate the shifting positions of millions of soldiers across a European continent engulfed in industrial slaughter. Roosevelt repeatedly presses Churchill for a firm, unalterable calendar date for the cross-channel invasion of France, an operation that has existed for 2 years primarily as a vague promise, made and remade, only to be quietly deferred by British tactical caution. Stalin, his country losing thousands of lives every single day the Western Allies hesitate, fixes his dark, piercing gaze on Roosevelt and asks bluntly, who will command Operation Overlord? Roosevelt does not yet have a definitive answer. The agonizing choice between General George C. Marshall and General Dwight D. Eisenhower is still weeks from being settled within his own conflicted mind, but he recognizes that Stalin requires something far more valuable than a general's name. He requires an absolute commitment to time. May, the American president states clearly across the table, looking past Churchill. The United States and Great Britain formally agree that the liberation of France will commence in May of 1944. It is a quiet, simple sentence, spoken in a borrowed room in a foreign embassy, yet it stands as one of the most edge-of-the-seat commitments of the entire global war. Operation Overlord now has a definitive season attached to its execution, a deadline that, in the frantic months following the Tehran summit, will tighten, shift, and face immense logistical hurdles, but will never again be abandoned or delayed by political debate. Beneath the maps and the troop numbers, Roosevelt feels a deeper, psychological current running through the room. He watches Stalin and Churchill across the table. The suspicious Russian dictator, his mind hardened by brutal political purges, internal famines, and a German invasion that has cost his nation over 20 million lives, and the proud British imperialist, watching the historic centrality of his beloved empire slip away week by week into wealthy American hands. Roosevelt recognizes that holding these two wildly incompatible men together in a functioning coalition is the most vital, exhausting work of his entire presidency. It is far more important than any single domestic law or public speech. It is the silent, bone-crushing labor of ensuring that three enormously stubborn, powerful men keep rowing their global canoes in the exact same direction. He returns across the Atlantic from Tehran in the winter of 1943, profoundly changed, though few within his immediate political circle can articulate exactly how or why. There is a gray, hollow weight behind his eyes, a permanent physical fatigue that the warm mineral waters of Georgia and the long, quiet weekends at Hyde Park can no longer erase from his muscles. His face has grown gaunt, his iconic jawline sags, and his clothes hang loosely on his once massive frame. When his personal physicians finally subject him to a comprehensive, top-secret medical examination at Bethesda Naval Hospital in the spring of 1944, they discover what his inner staff had quietly suspected for months: the president's body is failing. Dr. Howard Bruin diagnoses Roosevelt with severe hypertension, hypertensive heart disease, and congestive heart failure. His heart is enlarged, struggling to pump blood through arteries hardened by over a decade of non-stop executive crisis. His blood pressure readings are terrifyingly high, regularly spiking past 200/100s, indicating chronic malignant hypertension that is placing an unmanageable strain on his left ventricle. The medical team informs his daughter Anna in private, choosing their clinical terms with extreme care. The simple physical and mental strain of another 4-year term in the White House will likely kill him. He decides to run for a 4th term anyway. It is not a vulgar, personal vanity that drives this fateful decision, nor is it a simple addiction to the intoxicating drugs of global power. It is the unfinished, fragile architecture of the post-war world that he can already see taking shape in his mind. The invasion of Europe is scheduled, the surrender of Germany is on the distant horizon, but the global peace has not yet been designed. The international peacekeeping body he has spent years sketching on legal pads, the organization that must succeed where Woodrow Wilson's League of Nations shattered, remains unbuilt. He genuinely believes that no other American political figure possesses the unique combination of international stature, strategic patience, and personal relationship with Stalin required to hold the global coalition together through the messy transition to peace. He views the presidency not as a choice, but as a military post he cannot abandon in the middle of a battle. Thus, in the hot summer of 1944, while Allied soldiers are actively dying in the hedgerows of Normandy, the Democratic National Convention nominates Franklin Delano Roosevelt for an unprecedented 4th term as President of the United States. It is a historic norm that no American leader before him had ever dared to challenge, a sacred precedent established by George Washington himself when he turned his back on power and walked away after 2 terms. Roosevelt accepts the nomination with a cheerful public statement of confidence, projecting to the voters that same sunlit optimism that has defined his political brand since 1932. But behind the closed doors of the White House, his inner circle watches with a quiet horror as he grows thinner and grayer. His hands tremble so violently over his morning breakfast that he can barely lift a teacup without spilling it, a physical deterioration that the White House newsreel photographers, out of a profound and lasting personal loyalty to the man, carefully angle their cameras to avoid broadcasting to the nation. Across the Atlantic Ocean, in the gray, storm-tossed hours of June 6, 1944, the massive invasion he had secured a date for in Tehran finally comes to fruition. Roosevelt receives the urgent telephone call from General Marshall in the middle of the night, waking him in his dark bedroom. That evening, instead of delivering a triumphant, militaristic political speech to the microphones, he goes on the national radio airwaves with something completely unexpected. He delivers a solemn domestic prayer. He asks the citizens of the United States to join him in a unified spiritual petition to God, beseeching protection for the thousands of young men who are, at that very moment, wading ashore under a wall of German machine gun fire on the beaches of Normandy. Millions of Americans, gathered tightly around their wooden radio sets in darkened living rooms and quiet kitchens across the continent, repeat the words of the prayer after him. An entire nation prays in absolute unison for sons, husbands, and brothers they cannot see, cannot touch, and cannot help, men who are thousands of miles away, fighting on a foreign shore that is completely out of reach. The autumn presidential campaign of 1944 that follows against the young, aggressive Republican challenger, Thomas E. Dewey, is unlike any Roosevelt has ever conducted before. It is shorter, tightly managed, and his public appearances are severely rationed by defensive aides who understand, even if they refuse to say the words aloud, that the president is spending his final finite reserves of physical currency. But when his political survival requires it, the old political lion can still summon a terrifying, majestic burst of energy. In October, responding to persistent Republican rumors that he is a dying invalid, he insists on riding through the streets of New York City for 4 grueling hours in an open-topped car during a freezing, driving autumn rain. He flatly refuses his doctor's frantic offer of a closed vehicle or a dry wool blanket. He sits exposed to the elements, soaked through to his skin, grinning defiantly, waving his gray fedora to the millions of working-class citizens who have lined the wet sidewalks simply to see for themselves if the old captain can still do it. It is a spectacular piece of physical theater, a final triumphant display of pure willpower over a dying body. In November, the American electorate looks at the global war, looks at the fading captain, and decisively awards him his 4th presidential term by a margin of 432 electoral votes to Dewey's 99. It is an honor, a mandate, and a crushing physical burden that no other individual in the history of the Republic has ever carried. It is a massive vote of confidence from a nation that has collectively decided, in the absolute climax of the largest war in human history, that this is simply not the moment to change captains. By the time the winter snows of 1944 close in around Washington, the industrial and military architecture of a total Allied victory is nearly complete. Germany is being squeezed into a pocket by Patton in the west and the Red Army in the east. The Japanese fleet has been shattered at Leyte Gulf, and Roosevelt's gaze has already shifted decisively forward toward the final towering mountain he must climb. There is one more global summit to hold, one more long, exhausting journey across the world, this time across the Mediterranean and into the war-torn Crimea, to a ruined resort town called Yalta. There, among the snow-dusted, bullet-scarred columns of an old czar's palace, he will host the final great diplomatic negotiation of his life. Stalin will be waiting for him there, as will Churchill. The Big Three will gather once more to draw lines across the maps of a blood-soaked Europe not yet fully liberated, to argue fiercely over Poland's borders, Germany's post-war partition, and the ultimate voting structure of that new United Nations that Roosevelt has been quietly building in his mind since the nights in Tehran. He does not know, sitting by the warm stone fireplace at Hyde Park as the final hours of 1944 draw to a close, exactly how much that final winter journey to the Crimea will cost his remaining thread of life. He only knows that there is still vital work left undone, a global war still to be brought to a finish an ocean away, and a lasting peace still waiting to be built out of whatever fragments are left when the guns finally, mercifully, fall silent. Chapter 10. The Unfinished Legacy, 1944-1945. The White House sits entirely quiet in the gray, frozen hours before dawn, late in the dark winter of 1944. Inside a small, high-ceilinged study off the second-floor family quarters, a single green-shaded lamp burns softly against the invading shadows. Franklin Delano Roosevelt is awake, as he so often is now during these long wartime nights, propped up against a mountain of white pillows with a chaotic fan of high-priority military papers spread across the wool blanket on his lap. His iconic ivory cigarette holder tilts upward at its familiar defiant angle, though the gaunt hand that holds it trembles faintly, almost imperceptibly, in a fragile way it never did a year before. Outside the heavy windows, the capital city sleeps under a hard silver frost. Inside, the President of the United States sits in the silence, thinking deeply, as he has thought every night for months, about a global world that does not yet exist. He is 62 years old, though he carries the weathered, sunken look of a man well past 80. The terminal illness has been creeping through his cardiovascular system for years, meticulously hidden from the public behind tilted hat brims, clever furniture arrangements, and cooperative camera angles. It has been masked by a patrician jaw, set just so, and a booming voice that can still, when the microphones require it, fill a crowded room with unshakable national confidence. But here, entirely alone in the dim lamplight, the grand political mask is finally permitted to come off. His skin is a hollow gray. The flesh beneath his eyes has gone dark, pocketed, and deeply sunken. He has lost 20 pounds of weight he could not afford to sacrifice, and when his arm reaches out for the glass of water resting on the mahogany nightstand, his trembling fingers fail to find it on the first attempt. Dr. Howard Bruin has seen the alarming chest X-rays. He has placed his stethoscope against the president's chest and heard the heart, listening with mounting dread to its labored, fluid-logged, and highly irregular rhythm. He knows precisely what the clinical numbers mean, even if no single person outside this private room is permitted to breathe the diagnosis aloud to the press. It is advanced congestive heart failure. The fatal diagnosis sits in the quiet room like a phantom presence, attended to by hushed staff instructions, completely salt-free meals, and a daily executive schedule that has been quietly thinned of its old relentless pace. Roosevelt has been repeatedly ordered by his physicians to rest. Roosevelt does not rest. He cannot, not with the global war in its final furious and bloody turn, and certainly not with so much of his life's work left unfinished. He looks down at the top-secret papers fanned out across his lap. They are draft organizational proposals, position papers, and the early constitutional architecture of a grand idea he has carried in his soul since the first terrible months following the Pearl Harbor disaster. It is an idea that has only sharpened in moral clarity, with every single name typed onto the long casualty lists, every blacked-out window in American cities, and every small gold star hung proudly in a tenement doorway. He has seen firsthand what happens when modern nations quarrel alone, when a total war ends, and the fragile peace that follows is left to pure geopolitical chance, imperial grievance, and a defeated enemy's festering resentment. He had watched that tragedy unfold once before as an ambitious young man in Washington, when Woodrow Wilson came home broken from Paris with a League of Nations that a cynical, isolationist America flatly refused to join. Roosevelt has never forgotten the bitter, world-shattering tragedy of that failure. He will not permit it to happen again. Whatever else this global crusade costs his remaining health, and by now it is visibly costing him everything he has left, it will not be wasted on a post-war piece built from shifting sand. He picks up his heavy fountain pen. The strokes of his handwriting come slowly now, far more slowly and shakily than they used to, but the words form on the stationery. United Nations. It is not a phrase he invented out of thin air, but one he has personally shaped and reshaped over these past 3 years, until it means something exact, structural, and deliberate. He envisions a permanent standing assembly of nations, bound together not by mere sentimental declarations of goodwill, but by a rigid legal structure, with an executive council of great powers held together by enough hard self-interest to actively police the peace they have just bled so terribly to win. He believes, with the stubborn, unyielding faith of an aristocrat who has spent a lifetime building grand structures that did not exist before he willed them into being, that this world organization can outlast his own life. It will have to. He knows that truth now. In private ways he has not yet spoken aloud to anyone but Eleanor, and not fully even to her. In late January of 1945, he boards a heavily armed naval vessel bound across the Atlantic, and from there takes a long, bone-jarring flight over hostile, newly liberated skies into the war-torn Crimea, to the resort town of Yalta, where Stalin and Churchill are already waiting. The grueling journey alone would completely exhaust a young, healthy man. Roosevelt is a dying man. He arrives on the Crimean tarmac, shockingly gaunt, his winter cloak hanging looser than it should over his sunken shoulders, his hands permanently cold even when sitting directly indoors. Yet, the moment the international cameras find him at the conference table, something deep within his theatrical spirit rises to meet the historic moment. The old performer's instinct completely overriding the body's physical protests. He cocks his head. He smiles his brilliant smile. He charms the room. He leans his torso toward Stalin with that famous intimate tilt of the head, certain, perhaps dangerously too certain, that his personal patrician warmth can bridge the deep ideological chasms that treaties cannot. The high-stakes talks stretch across 8 exhausting days inside the Livadia Palace, a former Tsarist summer retreat with high, arched windows looking out over the gray waters of the Black Sea. Roosevelt sits squarely at the absolute center of the great round conference table, flanked by the thick clouds of Churchill's cigar smoke and Stalin's careful, unreadable, and stone-like calm. Here, in this smoke-filled room, the physical shape of the post-war world begins to harden into a permanent reality. Germany will be completely dismantled and divided into separate Allied military occupation zones. Poland's historic borders will be forcibly shifted westward by Soviet demand, a controversial decision that will haunt the peace of Europe for decades to come. And buried deep within the dense bureaucratic language of the formal protocols, almost purely administrative in its phrasing, is the monumental promise Roosevelt has worked for years to secure. The Soviet Union formally agrees to join the new United Nations organization, promising to sit at the global table he has painstakingly designed, and lending its massive geopolitical weight to the structure of an international legal order instead of standing outside it as a permanent isolated threat to the West. He genuinely believes, in the cold February of 1945, that he has achieved his ultimate goal. He believes that the grand international architecture will hold the peace. He believes that the global war's terrible, bloody cost has at least purchased something durable and magnificent for future generations in return. He does not yet know how thin and disingenuous Stalin's promises regarding immediate, free democratic elections in Eastern Europe will prove to be within a matter of weeks. He cannot see how quickly the grand wartime alliance will curdle into a long, freezing Cold War. For now, under the high palace windows and the pale Crimean sun, he allows himself a rare moment of deep satisfaction. the particular supreme satisfaction of a master politician who has spent an entire lifetime negotiating complex compromises and has just successfully negotiated the most important compromise in human history. The return flight across the world is long and grueling, and somewhere high over the Atlantic Ocean, something fundamental within his biological spark changes almost imperceptibly, the way a great ocean tide changes. It is not a single dramatic collapse, but the slow, heavy accumulation of cellular fatigue, until the current that was rising is now unmistakably going out. When he finally addresses a joint session of Congress upon his return in early March, he does something he has never once done in his 12 historic years as president. He remains seated in his wheelchair at the well of the House chamber. He looks up at the microphone and tells the assembled lawmakers, in a thin voice that struggles to find its old booming resonance, that he hopes they will permit him to decline standing, as it is tiring to carry about 10 pounds of steel on the bottom of my legs. The self-deprecating joke lands with a wave of uneasy, nervous laughter through the chamber, because everyone in that crowded room can see exactly what the light joke is desperately trying to cover. His gaunt hands shake visibly on the edges of the typed speech. His voice, for the very first time in living memory, occasionally loses its narrative thread, drifts into silence, and has to be visibly gathered back by an effort of will. The politicians and military leaders watching him exchange quick, anxious glances, they do not dare to speak aloud. Something monumental is ending, and everyone in the room can feel the shadow of it, even as no one will dare to say the word, death. Eleanor watches him too from her high place in the gallery, her face schooled into a careful, disciplined composure. Their unique marriage has traveled a long, agonizing, and highly complicated road, through personal betrayal, through radical political reinvention, and through a fierce public partnership that had eventually matured over the decades into something that was neither traditional romance nor social convention, but something entirely its own, a grand monument of American statecraft. She no longer begs him to step down or to rest. She has learned through decades of struggle that rest is simply not a language his spirit speaks. Instead, she silently watches the small physical signs, the intimate details that only 30 years of shared life could teach a woman to read. She notes the slight, heavy delay before he answers an ordinary question, and the way his good humor now arrives a half-second late to his mouth, as though the smile has to travel much further through a tired body to reach his face than it once did. By the end of March 1945, the White House household staff has grown deeply accustomed to a new, fading rhythm. They serve a president who tires out completely after a single hour of mental concentration where once he thrived after 4, who naps regularly in the early afternoon behind closed doors, and who permits his daughter Anna to manage his daily appointment book with the fierce protective ferocity of a guardian trying to ration a natural resource she knows is running out. He still works through the exhaustion. He still receives foreign ambassadors, still signs the executive orders that move massive armies and multi-million-dollar budgets, and still directs the machinery of a nation that is still fully locked in a total war. But the global conflict itself, at long last, is bending inevitably toward its end. In the Pacific, island after blood-soaked island falls to the Marines at a terrible, heart-wrenching cost in young lives. In Europe, the Allied armies have broken across the Rhine, racing eastward, while the Soviet Red Army is closing like a hammer on the outskirts of Berlin from the opposite direction. The two great pincers are tightening on what remains of the Nazi Reich. Roosevelt can see the finish line of the war now, can almost touch the peace with his fingers, and it is this absolute nearness, this tragic almost, that makes what happens next so unbearably historically cruel. In early April, seeking a brief respite from the damp chill of Washington, he travels south to the small Georgia town of Warm Springs, moving into the modest pine-shaded white cottage that the local residents warmly call the Little White House. He has come to this rural crossroads for over 2 decades, ever since the warm, mineral-rich pools first offered his shattered body something resembling physical relief from the paralysis that took his legs in 1921. The place holds for his spirit a rare sacred quality, not the crushing non-stop burden of the global presidency, but something closer to a peaceful country life. The tall Georgia pines stand quiet and protective around the wooden cottage. The spring air smells of warm red earth, wild dogwood, and sweet pine resin. Here, surrounded by ordinary polio survivors and neighbors who have known him since before he was a monument, who treat him not as an emperor, but as a familiar, beloved friend, something deep within his massive shoulders finally unclenches in a way that does not happen anywhere else on earth. He arrives at the resort thinner than his doctors have ever seen him, his skin tone dangerously poor and ashen, but his spirits in these final spring days seem genuinely to lift into the light. He laughs more easily at the dinner table. He spends long, quiet afternoons on the cottage screen porch, the warm Georgia light slanting gold through the pine trees, talking with old friends, reading personal correspondence, and occasionally working on the small, ordinary administrative tasks of a presidency that is, despite everything, still very much in motion. He has brought with him the draft text of the speech he is scheduled to deliver nationwide for Jefferson Day, a text meant to look entirely forward, to speak directly of the global peace now visibly within reach of the nation. Somewhere within its typed pages is a single sentence he has chosen with evident philosophical care. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. He believes those words completely. Whatever the immense cost of history has been to his own broken body, he has never once, through depression or global war, stopped believing that the human world can be better built than it was handed to him. On the morning of Thursday, April 12th, the spring light over Warm Springs is soft, ordinary, and beautiful, the kind of quiet southern morning that asks nothing of anyone. Roosevelt sits at a small wooden card table in the center of the cottage's main living room, dressed in a sharp gray suit, a red tie, and his old navy cape draped loosely over his shoulders against the lingering morning chill. Before him, an artist named Elizabeth Shomatoff works quietly at an easel, sketching his portrait in watercolor. Her brush moves in small, patient, rhythmic strokes across the paper, trying desperately to capture a complex face that has, in these last weeks of life, become somehow both more tired and more luminous than ever before. Roosevelt reads through routine government papers as he sits for her, signs a few military documents, and makes idle, pleasant conversation. The sunlit room is filled with the unremarkable, comforting murmur of an ordinary working morning. At a little past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he suddenly lifts his left hand to his temple, his brow furrowing. He says quietly, in an almost conversational tone, "I have a terrific headache." And then his hand falls limp to the table. His massive head tips forward, his eyes closing, and the quiet room around him, which just one brief moment before had held nothing more dramatic than the soft scratch of a watercolor paintbrush, erupts into a frantic, controlled chaos of desperate motion. He is carried by his bodyguards to his bedroom and laid upon the mattress. The physician is summoned in a panic, arriving within minutes, and does everything that modern medicine in 1945 can possibly do to save a life, which is, in the end, absolutely not enough. A massive, catastrophic cerebral hemorrhage has taken hold of his brain, swift, total, and unyielding. At exactly 35 minutes past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the only president most living Americans have ever known in their entire lives, is pronounced dead. The news moves outward from that quiet Georgia cottage like a heavy stone dropped into still water, rippling instantly through telephone wires, telegraph keys, and breaking radio static, until it reaches every single corner of a nation still locked in the climax of the largest war in human history. In crowded cities and isolated small towns alike, people stop dead in their tracks on the sidewalks. Strangers openly tell strangers the news, unprompted, simply because the sudden, crushing weight of the event demands to be shared to be believed. Soldiers on the front lines in Germany and Okinawa, Men who have survived years of industrial combat in places whose names they could not have pronounced a few years before, fall to their knees and weep openly when the word reaches the trenches. They mourn a commander-in-chief many of them have never known their country to be without, the leader who had held them by the hand through the dark. In Warm Springs itself, the local black community, many of whom had known Roosevelt for decades as a generous neighbor rather than a political monument, lines the gravel road that evening as his coffin-bearing funeral train begins its long, slow journey north to the capital. They stand holding small oil lanterns and flickering candles in the deepening southern dark, tears streaming down their faces, singing old spiritual hymns low, steady, and beautiful as the dark train passes. It is an honor guard formed not by military protocol or Washington dictate, but by simple, unrehearsed human devotion. The train carries his body through the sorrowful southern night and into Washington, and from there eventually north to Hyde Park, to the quiet rose garden of the old estate where he was born. There he is buried according to his own precise wishes, simply, without excessive military ceremony or soaring political orations, beneath a plain block of white Vermont marble. Harry Truman, sworn into the presidency within hours of Roosevelt's death in a frantic White House room, stands somewhat dazed and overwhelmed before the press corps the following day. He admits to the reporters, with a disarming Midwestern honesty, "Boys, if you ever pray, pray for me now. I don't know whether you fellows ever had a load of hay fall on you, but when they told me what had happened, I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me." He is not wrong to feel the crushing weight of that destiny. He inherits a multi-ocean world war that is not yet fully finished, a top-secret atomic weapon whose terrifying existence has not yet even been revealed to him, and a grand global idea, a United Nations organization not yet officially born, that Roosevelt had masterfully sketched on legal pads but did not live to see built. It falls squarely to others now to carry the unfinished blueprint of the modern world forward into the light. Less than a month after his death, delegates from 50 sovereign nations gather in a grand auditorium in San Francisco to do precisely what Franklin Roosevelt had spent his final failing years insisting must be done. They meet to formally draft and sign the charter of an international organization meant to outlast the raw grievances of any single war, designed to give nations a civilized room to argue in instead of a bloody battlefield to die upon. Eleanor Roosevelt herself will go on, in the proud years that follow his passing, to serve as the United States delegate to that body, chairing the historic commission that drafts the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. She carries forward in her own brilliant right the unfinished portion of a global vision that was, in its true historical origin, just as much hers as it was his. Franklin Roosevelt does not live to see the German armies formally surrender in May. He does not live to witness the strange, terrible dawn of the atomic age in the skies over Japan that summer, and he does not live to sign the formal treaties that mark the end of the global war he shaped more than any other single American citizen. He misses the ultimate victory by a matter of months, agonizingly, almost unbearably close to the summit. And yet, the world he leaves behind is fundamentally, permanently not the fractured world he was given in 1933. He took a nation broken to its knees by economic depression and isolated by fear, and he permanently remade its fundamental sense of what a democratic government owed its citizens. He took a world sliding rapidly into the darkness of totalitarian tyranny and helped arm it, organize it, and led it back from the absolute edge of the abyss. And in his final, weakening months of life, working against a shattered body that was visibly failing him in full view of history, he reached for something even larger and more lasting than military victory. He reached for a grand permanent architecture of global peace, meant to hold the world together long after his own voice fell silent by the hearth. He did not finish the work. No single man, however monumental, could have ever finished it. But he successfully set its democratic terms, drew its first bold lines upon the map, and handed the unfinished blueprint forward to a world that would spend the remainder of the century in fits, failures, conflicts, and slow, hard-won progress, trying to build the beautiful thing he had only begun to imagine. This concludes the audiobook edition of Franklin D. Roosevelt, The Four-Term Pivot. On a quiet spring afternoon in April of 1945, beneath the protective pine trees of Warm Springs, Georgia, the long, exhausting current of Franklin Roosevelt's biological spark finally went out. He passed away on the absolute threshold of a total Allied victory, missing the ultimate surrender of the Axis powers by a matter of mere months. His final lines of text left permanently unfinished on a wooden card table. But the world he left behind in that sorrowful spring was fundamentally, irreversibly changed from the broken nation he had inherited 12 historic years earlier. He had arrived at the White House facing a collapsed financial circulatory system and a population paralyzed by an unprecedented, unreasoning terror. Through sheer radiant optimism, relentless experimentation, and an unshakable faith in forward momentum, he redefined the American social contract, placing a permanent safety net beneath old age, illness, and economic misfortune. When the dark tide of fascism threatened to extinguish Western civilization, he looked past the suffocating walls of isolationism to rally the working hands of an entire continent, transforming ordinary factories into an industrial juggernaut that overwhelmed tyranny through sheer material weight. He was a master of grand illusions and calculated theater, a patrician who learned the language of the defeated in the warm waters of Georgia, and a global commander who wrestled with the towering egos of Churchill and Stalin to sketch out the foundational architecture of the United Nations. He was a man of immense contradictions, capable of both historic vision and grave constitutional error. Yet his unyielding will never wavered from a core belief that a democratic people could always build a better tomorrow. He did not live to see the formal peace treaty signed, nor the global assembly he championed officially open its doors. He did not finish the work, for no single leader, however monumental, ever truly could. But he successfully set its democratic terms, drew its first bold lines upon the map, and handed the blueprint forward to a world that would spend generations attempting to realize the safe, interconnected, and compassionate future he had only begun to imagine. Thank you for listening.